why there is no trust in the system, and it's not only from the people who are anti-vaxxers who cause problems, it is also from the fact that we are about to witness another Tuskegee. And if you're not familiar with Tuskegee, it was denying medication. Okay, good. So I don't have to go over it again, right? I don't have to go over how we withheld, medication to help heal and cure people who are suffering from a disease, specifically because. Okay. That's right. But that's part of the problem, Benjamin. That's what we call systemic, right? That's when the ERs get overwhelmed the way they did. Hey, I understand.
People that didn't go get jobs, I know it, right? A, my black friends. B, my all white family.
How did those two make out?
I was still here.
Yeah, it's a good question.
It was the sigh, that heavy sigh.
My mental
it's really good.
My mental image of Benjamin is more Herculean. It's just imagining this Shakespearean trained actor with slick back hair and a smoking jacket, winding up getting ready for his performance, and then he just comes into this character we call Ben.
When I heard you do the class, that matters. I mean, it's just such like white people stuff 101. I mean, it really is. It's like, but it's just class. It's not race. But yet, you're aware that it's race. I think the deeper part that people miss with that stuff is that class can inform you about like how hard like life is, and race isn't going to tell you like how the hard really shows up like in the real world. Like they're not the same kind of force. Race is the thing that's changing your odds before class even is like on the register, bro. It's like
apparently some people got no class, all they got is race
at this moment. And race is more about like what you were allowed to have before you get the cheat. Like when you had what I'm saying, like two families can earn the same income and live in similar neighborhoods and have similar education, and still they're going to face all the different mortgage rates with the redlining stuff, the home appraisals, the school discipline. I mean, every year,
mortgage
rates. Lecture in education, it's the Brown lecture, and it's the same topic almost every year. It's at the Reagan Center. The last couple of years, it's been virtual. The story, but it's the same thing. The school discipline rates aren't the same. The police encounter. Michelle Alexander book, which documents really well if you want to read the deep treaty on it. Treatise on medical treatment, job callbacks, all that crap. Those differences, they're not just class. You can't just say they're class. They come from how people and all these institutions respond to race, right? And consciously or not. So race isn't just like some base for everything. At the same income level, then why don't we see health outcomes matching up or arrest rates matching up? But we don't, and that's what Michelle Alexander's book they're always talking about, which I think you said you either know or have. Like, why doesn't housing stability match up? Why doesn't school discipline match up? Why would you see those things? They don't. So middle class black families, they can have less generational wealth than the poor white families. Right? Like, how is that happening? How are you getting higher risk for downward mobility and all these kinds of things, right? Whatever it is you want to look at, whatever metric, surveillance, suspicion, which is, we see it all the time in this administration, maternal health, whatever, any of the stuff Aisha talks about, with all the white families, sure, when it's like pointed ready, you can't escape it. So, it just seems like it's missing the big mark of the big problem with race when you double the class and race.
I got a nice experiment. Let's turn Benjamin black, and I'm talking like Wesley Snipes black, but living
natural. And yes, is the way
I got makeup artists. We can make this happen.
Commentary after one.
But it seems that Kate wants to come up or wanted to come up and didn't receive an invite, so I sent her an invite as per the chat. Fleming, hey Fleming, what's up? You came in the middle of a conversation that's been going on for a bit, Fleming.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said you came in the middle of a conversation that's been going on for a little bit. I do suggest you sit and listen for a moment before you
Basically,
comment.
kind of just arm yourself, learn martial arts, get your house and family ready, and get ready for the Armageddon. That's basically what I was saying.
Listen, I was still in doom and gloom shape, so.
I am. I'm dead serious about it, though. I'm not kidding around. I will have exit plan, fight plan, all that stuff. I sound like the crazy gurus because I see the pattern is clear that to not be prepared for those kind of things, you're just burying your head in the sand right now. We have all the telltale signs. We're a couple of years out, and I'm just saying if things don't change, what the hell are you thinking is going to happen when we get near the end of this presidency, right? If something drastic doesn't happen. So that's the cliff notes, and then we spun off into the liberal progressives getting mad at each other, how they speak, which is what liberal and progressives always do, while conservatives bond between their race hatred of the other, and they galvanize so cleanly and concisely, and they come up with all their cool. So there you go. There's the cliff notes. You forgot how. It's screw hockey. It's a bunch of teethless heathens.
Yeah,
That's everything.
gosh, you act like you've never gone ice skating pro or played hockey.
Like, isn't it funny how the white people can beat the hell out of each other, but if two black people want to have a technical foul, they get fined like $35,000 in the NBA? Like, wonder why that is. Like, wonder why that doesn't apply to each other. They're not scared. You're not supposed to be scared of the violent white people with sticks. You're supposed to be scared of the black people on a basketball court that are standing there in their skivvies.
Why?
It's kind of the point of making a Benjamin about class and race, right? It's like, what do you think the structural integrity of the game is so different between the two, right? It's like, it's because the advertisers don't want to watch that kind of personnel and clientele thinking about, I can't associate my sport with a bunch of black. They want to dress them up in suits and all that stuff. And, hockey's like, come as you are, heathen, beat each other over the head, take it bloody, and the crowd's going, yeah, like gladiators. And, it's kind of,
I actually agree with Pro.
What's you agree with, bro?
No, he's absolutely right.
you're a good man.
It's what we call the modern day slavery, where when Allen Iverson wore braids in the NBA, they had to tell him like you couldn't wear braids. You know what I'm saying? Black players are told to wear something, based on what the owners are saying. So I agree with them. When black players fight on the court, it's like, they're thugs, they're this, they're that. But when hockey players start going to fisticuffs, it's normal. So I actually agree with what Pro is saying.
Yeah, but that's because it was normal. Hockey was basically invented in Canada by lumberjack people. The first puck was.
Is that really as far back as it goes, though?
Oh yeah.
Canada? Is that really as far back?
I would trust the Canadian who's like, national sport.
The people that grew up on the prairie, on these ponds that are frozen in the winter, and are rough, very physical people.
There was nobody there before then, right?
Oh, this is
Not talking about that.
Dennis.
Our official sport is lacrosse, which is an indigenous game. So that's our official summer sport. Our official winter sport is hockey. But so there are fines in the NHL. But then again, that's a league, and it'll divvy it out as they see fit. Blah 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 blah. And as far as people beating on one another, you go back to the '60s and the '50s and watch hockey. Yeah, that's what you'll see. That's not the way the game's played anymore. It has evolved. And many of them have their teeth, all of them. If you're smart and wear a mouth guard.
I may have to disagree with you on the teeth part, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree.
And the reason I'm being indigenous was there's several different, I don't know which is true, but there's several different claims to First Nations inventing it.
Anytime you say Canada and you go back in the 1800s, you better be including the indigenous people. They weren't just sitting around doing nothing.
Thank you for that, Dennis. you were being facetious and for a moment.
Yeah, no, I understand how it comes with that.
No worries. Thank you for sharing.
Before I go, I have an anecdote, not to maybe take us 3 steps back, but the
Do it, Michael. Do it.
conversation that I think happened right as I was coming in the room, in pro, where you were kind of under the gun with what seemed to be some tacit accusations around some tone checking, tone policing, things like that. It reminded me of something that happened to me when I was in my prior job. So this is 2021, 2022, and it was the height of sort of corporate training on corporate sensitivity, DEI, things like that. And I'll never forget this moment of my colleagues with.
Oh no, Michael, you're great.
Oh, there you go. You're back. Kind of.
I'll break in
With the matrix coming over to him. Give it like a second. Sounds like coming up for water.
There you go. Come for what? Okay. All right. Basically, for short, there was a, highly privileged 26-year-old white colleague of mine who I remember literally having an active conversation with a person of color, telling them why we needed to change all the marketing material to Latinx. And when this person was like, well, I don't think that, that's necessarily embraced or enjoyed by the people who you're, ascribing that to, I literally saw a knockdown, drag out fight of a white person telling somebody who is, not why you should use Latinx. And it was the most surreal thing I've ever seen. It was very surreal. And it was kind of getting at that deeper thing, I think, Pro, you were trying to say, which is there is that which is uncomfortable. But if we center on what makes us uncomfortable, and yet we frame it up as what is the other person. So the sort of artificial righteousness of white knight helping someone else, but really we're centering on ourselves.
Right.
That's where things really go awry. Because this person actually wanted to fight a battle around purity.
And pro those outcomes you were talking
Anyway, I never forgot it. I thought it was a really important lesson for me. Like, I just try to center on that other person and, not that I'm trying to accommodate every possible thing at all times. That's impossible, but it helps me kind of avoid this issue of projection as much as possible.
Right. What were you saying, Bender?
No, it was me, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. What was that?
The things you were talking about in terms of the outcomes for the racialized population going into whatever systemic institution, whether it be medical or educational or whatever. We have the same issues here in Canada. And we have a different history, but we still have the same issues. And those issues are on mostly land on the Indigenous population in Canada. So you have, you're just ignoring. It's ridiculous how this happens, but it does. It happens all the time. They're just not taken as seriously as the person beside them. Right. And of course, you'll find our prison population is proportionally Indigenous as well, both women and.
You have a different chance of being in court in the first place.
Exactly, because my interaction with the police officer right off the bat is different.
Do you want to know what the data shows for women in court?
Canada,
US based. Sorry, I'm US based. I have a US lens. Often with regards to things, but for women in court, believe it or not, pretty privilege does not exist, especially when it comes to sexual assault cases. There are studies that have been done that the prettier a woman is perceived to be, the less likely she's going to be able to convince the jury of a sexual assault. Which is, I was going to curse, but I'm not going to curse, but I want to curse of how messed up that is.
That doesn't make sense. That's like really counterintuitive.
Well, you can imagine why. I mean, you can imagine that she brought it on herself. She looks so hot. I can see why another guy would want her so bad. That kind of gross stuff.
That's
She's just trying to tease those poor men.
yeah. That's well. Okay, we're not using that language. That is effed. How about that? Is that okay? Is that too far?
I'll drive home with my son in the car, and I'm like, it's always weird, especially if it's a room that I have going on. And he'll be like, "Isn't that your thing?" He's like, "Why are people cursing in your room?" I was like, "Well, you have a point. I guess I could tell him not to. Respect my son." Right? I don't think it's too much to ask if you're running your own room at a certain time. You're just like, "Hey, man, just try to hold it down for an hour." But I didn't ask anybody that in particular. But
I may or may not have just
no, I heard you.
Mhm.
But I mean, I violate my own rule on that. So, but you know, it is weird, right? It is weird that like the easy ability that nobody of a certain age is listening when we're talking and we don't know who's on the other side of the speaker. I mean, we're all guilty of that, and it's like we're adults. We should be able to talk like adults, and like maybe you'd say it's bad parenting to have your kids listening to Clubhouse, but it's like it's also weird that we do that. Like we go to school like all day long. It's like kids in school. You know, you'll hear the kids cursing, and you won't hear the adults cursing, right? It's like the adults do their best, and of course the adults are cursing when they leave the building. But it's like they manage to keep it in check, and you manage to keep it in check in your place of work, and it's like I can't wait to get to effing Clubhouse. Like, we'll see you, Berman. Right? And it's like, but it's like
Family,
yeah, I mean, like
family friendly.
Like I try not to go in someone else's room and just try dropping F-bombs and S-bombs. It's like taking off your shoes when you go in the house, right? People don't care. They don't even know the tone. They'll just come in the room and start. It's like, bro, like take a second just to see what's going on. You know, just like check it out. I'm not saying people can't say what they want to say, but just consider it. You know, like consider who the audience might be. You know,
And some people love to be inconsiderate of the audience. What's a different problem?
So I have heard that lightly cursing in terms of like PR stuff, cursing makes any sense. Like
right?
it somehow engenders trust in cursing. So it's like, hey, they're just like me. They
Oh,
drop an S here and there.
Yep.
Actually, you should check out probably your horror, the rate of people in women's prison.
But like I'm a full equal opportunity accountability person. I mean, you see the same thing.
What's the number one risk factor of death for a pregnant woman?
Oh, her partner.
See the dots now?
No, absolutely, 100%. And it's abhorrent. Absolutely, it's so abhorrent. And the partner is also most likely to leave her. She contracts a chronic illness, right? Like you'll see cancer patients, women who have breast cancer or cancer later in life, the partner leaves them. They can't handle carrying.
That's definitely the thing that happens to them. Lower rate, right? But it also
Yeah, very much lower rate. It's definitely far more significant for females who have their male partners. I had something else I really wanted to mention. Oh yeah, no, for me it's also, I mean, and I also acknowledge the opposite as well. When you have a teacher, first and foremost, your teachers, especially in elementary, middle, and high school, are meant to be teaching your children, not hitting on them, right? So we do demonize men more than women who do this, and I feel like we should be demonizing the women who do this to the young boys as well. I think it's equally abhorrent. And you send your children to school, you don't want them to be hit on, right? Like you don't expect them to be like have a teacher who's sitting there grooming them, and et cetera and so forth. So there's things like that too, where it's disproportionate. So again, equal opportunity and standardization across the board would be lovely. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out that way.
A single standard rather than double standards. I like that.
Let me take a look at the article you put in the. I mean, oh, this is the junior hockey team. I remember reading about this when it happened. Disclose their story, the worst possible outcome is to feel disbelieved. I mean, the majority of women who are victims of sexual assault definitely don't report it. 3/4 of persons don't report it, and it's specifically because of the way that you're torn apart on the stand every time. Lawyers know how to make it so that, as a woman, have you ever lied before? And everybody's lied. So, you just get that out there. You have a character defamation, you attack the character of the woman, you degrade the character of the woman, and then you end up showing that, hey, if she lied about this, she probably lied about that. It's a very difficult place to be. It's a very difficult place to be. Are there women who lie? Yes. We saw that in the Duke lacrosse case. But, and that woman actually went on, the woman who accused the hockey, so this is what these hockey players here in the U.S., the Duke lacrosse case had to do with lacrosse players, right, at Duke University. It incited race, it incited a lot of heat across the country. It became a really, really big story. There were multiple confounding factors, restrictions in the space of what she accounted for. And these things, when you get that scientific factual information, it turns out after the boys were found innocent, and then you find out that the DA had conflict, so he wanted to get reelected, and there was a lot of money coming in from this place, that place, but everybody jumped on it and made assumptions and jumped to conclusions. The woman who made the allegations in the first place went on to actually murder her ex-boyfriend. Yeah, there are those cases. They're few and far between, but there are still those cases where these things, because that video goes across every single failing in that case. I read the article. I mean, we have these instances happen often in sport as well. That's why Safe Sport was brought up, and Safe Sport was founded after Larry Nassar and the gymnastics team, the national gymnastics team. And it shouldn't have to take a national gymnastics team to bring attention to the abuse in sport. It's actually, we have 2026 revisions to the Safe Sport Code. So anybody who is in sport and works in sport has to be Safe Sport compliant. Normally, initially it was created for the youth. There's not enough recourse for student athletes at all, and it's a higher risk space for student athletes and children who are athletes to be in a power differential between the coach and the students, or a trainer, or a physical therapist, or whomever else might be working with the team. And yes, that increases as you get up to the national level. So there's a lot. There's a lot, especially in sport. Miss Nancy, are you only an adult at 21 years over in the Netherlands, or is it like 18 and up? So here in the US, adults are defined as 18 and up. I just saw your thing in the chat. Not sure if you're still there. Are you sleeping? What? No. She's sleeping.
No, I just wake up and then I go, no, I'm just sitting here and reading and not reading. And sometimes I say, 30? Why 30? Caitlin said something like 30. 30 years and not younger, but I said 21 year old adult.
No, I was speaking to Taro. My comment earlier was that when the conversation was around sexual assault, that there are men who would when it comes to women and accountability, there are men who would also need to acknowledge that many of their virginity stories, or just generally their sexual experiences as teenagers with older women, were wrong than actually assault. Because I know a lot of men who lost their virginities between the ages of like 13 and 17 to women in their 20s and 30s.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still assault. It's still not right. So
Minors still cannot give consent.
precisely.
Crazy concept. Really hard to understand for some people.
Oh my gosh.
To them about it, and then they're like, oh, but it was a good time. I enjoyed myself. I liked it. There was nothing wrong with it. And then you just gotta let it be because you don't want to be traumatizing them about their virginity story. You know?
Well, I think if it ain't broke, certain things, but again, that is the societal standard. That is how society views it, right?
For voting and driving purposes, there are like more standardized ages, but the age for marriage in the U.S. varies by state.
Oh my gosh.
And there's a bunch of states where you might be surprised how low the age is.
I'm not surprised. Let me guess. Are they all red?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Wow. So surprised. Oh my god.
Right. And then there were a bunch of states recently who were proposing to lower the age, which is like, well, if we can't make the Epstein files go away, I guess we'll have to make it like legal, which is a really fucking dark thought.
I mean, I think
And reality.
someone came up earlier and said, started bringing up the other, like, there's just so much to be angry about.
Yeah, the line between being well informed and out of your mind.
Yeah, and I do encourage people to definitely take a break, touch some grass, go outside, get some air. If you can, if it's clean air, get a run in, hit a boxing bag, do something. And I should be taking my own advice, but I've been curled up in bed for half the day, so.
Do you want to talk about the biochemistry of physical exertion?
Of physical
That's the way to grow up.
Maybe if I didn't feel so awful. And the injuries, the injuries are acting up. They're hurting right now. I definitely really hate not being at 100%. But that's all right. That's life, right? So you can only do yeah, it's life, and it's just unfortunate. I don't like, believe it or not, even though I am a vaccine advocate, I'm not a big fan on taking medication that is unnecessary. So you want to talk about biochem? One of the responses in the body is specific to pain. You don't want to be masking your pain all the time, especially as athletes and as competitive athletes. And you tend to mask pain, like, you pop ibuprofen like candy,
Can you consider past the limit might cause permanent problems?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely can. And you want to be able to start to learn your body well enough. So oftentimes, especially with running, I teach people, and, I learned myself how to make sure that I could hear my breathing. I knew where my footsteps were. I could feel, you have an innate sense of feeling someone behind you, especially if you're racing. So there's a lot of parts, like moving parts, that affect these things. And so when you mask the pain, right? The pain in your body is telling you something. Now, unless your pain nociceptors are overactive, right? Like they're just constantly activated. You have some kind of autoimmune disease, or you have fibromyalgia, or you have like a pain issue or pain sensitivity issue. The pain in your body is telling you that something's wrong. You don't want to not have the ability to feel pain, although there are people who are born in that way. You want very much to be able to know where the pain in your body is, so you know when to stop, right? A lot of people will push through some injuries. Like I remember I had a tight IT band at one point, and my hip flexors were off, and I'd get through like 7.5 miles, and I'd be like, I have 8 on the schedule. I'm just gonna push through for this last half mile, which is probably the worst thing that I could do because I could feel my hip getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And what you want to do at that point is you want to stop. Like I should have just walked my ass home at that point. And then I had to miss cross country nationals. I had to be 3 months in PT at that point. Because I was overdoing it on the right side of my body with it's not an injury per se, but it is like, an imbalance. It's an imbalance. And at that point, the only thing you can do is do strength training and make sure that you're doing all of your core work. And I got a lot of massage and PT, and that's when I got my first PT sponsor, et cetera, and so forth. But the reality of the situation is that it's there to tell you something. And once you start to learn your own body, and you're the only person who's going to know your own body well enough to advocate for yourself, especially with physicians who hopefully are listening to you, because I have definitely encountered the ones who don't listen, who don't understand that there's something wrong. They want to focus on dumb things like, but you're so underweight, who cares? I'm healthy. Like let's move on to the actual injury, right? Because people, and if I'm overweight for myself and I'm like, hey, listen, I'm getting weight that I don't normally gain. I will never gain this weight. Like there's a problem here. Something is wrong. And then they'll dismiss it. You look fine. You're not, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know your body. Whichever end of the spectrum you are, like you know your body. You gotta learn your body. But you fine. It's probably the word that you know your body. Learn your body. Learn the differences about it. Learn what happens. If I know one of my injuries from college was it's a peroneal tendon injury. I know when it acts up and it starts to tighten up that I take the next day on cross training. I can race the next day if I tape it up, but I'd rather not. And if I tape it for 2 days, I can get back to running within 2 days. Like it's not a problem, but you have to let the inflammation rest. You have to let it die down. You can't, and everybody has to learn this about their bodies. Whether or not you're an athlete, everybody has to learn this part about their bodies. Do you get really tired after a big night out? Are you in heels the whole time? Are you causing yourself that pain? Is it getting worse as you age? Absolutely. These things definitely get worse as you age.
Do you ever ask, do you rest enough? Do you take care of your body enough? Do you eat good?
Miss Nancy, do not hear me eating every day all day.
I eat too much.
I eat too much. Trust me on that one. I've always eaten too much. No, I am not resting. I am not recovering properly. I go out to my practitioners in my chart, and I said, hey, something's off, something's not right. I need to evaluate. So little things. So it's just kind of like,
Injury?
huh?
Depending on that, is it an injury or?
Oh, it's definitely injury related. All of it's injury related. So.
That's gonna vary based on the injury, right? Severity.
Yep.
Location.
Yep. You got it. So it's nice to have this broad-based ability, but it's a rough.
But the listening part is rough, right?
I think everybody. I think also what's rough is once you get the education for it, then all of a sudden you know all the things it could possibly be. And then every once in a while you're like, oh boy, like WebMD when it first came out and everybody started Googling their symptoms and then you show up to the physician's office and they're like, hey, listen, this is what it is. No, but the WebMD said. Yeah.
Which one do you have access to right now?
What do you mean?
Like the digital medical references.
Oh.
Aid or.
I have, here in the U.S., and, this is just because I know that we have all sorts of people here, the electronic medical record that's used in the majority of places that I've been is called a MyChart.
MyChart, sure.
Yeah, and so you can corroborate across multiple medical facilities and practitioners, right? So, which is good.
Let me rephrase the question. So there's like a physician's desk reference, right? That was the original.
Oh, the PDR.
Original Dr. Google, right?
Right.
Now there's also up to date. There's another one, something about citations. I can look at my notes if it's important. But we were discussing this in a Monday room, medical technology, which is the medical AIs, quote unquote. Do you have access to any of them?
just as a scientist, I'm not a fan of AI.
Well, yeah, I mean, here I am dressed up as Microsoft, so I'm no fan either.
Oh, he said Microsoft. He said
I wanted to
Microsoft.
tell you earlier, that's a fantastic PUI. It's so good.
Tara, I just took naproxen myself, and like I said, I'm not a fan. I don't take much of it. I take it when I absolutely have to, need to. I'm not the person who just pops the ibuprofen like candy. Can't do that. But I think I took 2 doses today. It might be 3. That's the most I do. Also, for anyone who does take naproxen and isn't allergic to NSAIDs, there's also a topical cream if you're hurting in just a specific area. That's normally recommended Voltaren, which in the US is now over the counter, believe it or not. You can get it in prescription and you can get it over the counter. Originally, it was prescription only a few years ago. It was probably one of the best.
What did you say, Voltron?
I know, right? It sounds like Voltron. No, I'll put it in the chat. It's called Voltaren. Hold on.
Voltaren, yeah. I mean,
I'll put it in the chat, so there
I
it is.
definitely had my time dancing with naproxen, but eventually it became ineffective for the pain and it was causing me GI issues. You know what I found that was actually lower reactivity and higher effectiveness and greater longevity. Cannabis.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, THC and the activation of the inactivation of nociceptors, absolutely, that goes hand in hand. This is known. Cannabis is known to be a proven pain reliever. And for some people, it's better than opioids, which of course, we should be encouraging when it comes to pain relief. Okay, so what it is it causes more false positives because of artifacts in the imaging. So hold on, let me see if I can. I gotta set that up with my profile picture. So there it goes again, right? And one of the arguments was, oh, it's so great, you can get a full scale MRI, you can get all this imaging done. And the problem with healthy people and majority healthy people getting full scale MRIs and things is that you have artifacts, you have random things that will show up that are non-causative for anything, and then you end up having more invasive testing for something that never existed in the first place. And what happens?
What's the error rate for humans and then AI, if you know? I don't have any numbers.
I don't have that data off the top of my head. I started to look at it, and then I think the conversation shifted.
Yeah, we were talking about mammograms, remember?
We were talking about mammograms.
And I asked you, is there not another way?
Oh, yeah, remember that?
IO said the MRI.
The MRI machine. So that's completely different. It's just it's a different method. Like the reason that mammograms are done the way they are is that you have to assess not only the density of the breast. Amazon, you could purchase the exact same thing for $30. So this here in the US is absolutely part of the problem. If insurance isn't covering it, people are hesitating. Hi, you need this medication. Like I don't know what to tell you. And that's when you see people who are portioning out their insulin because it's such a I could get that.
So what do you think Gavin Newsom?
I could get that.
So what do you think Gavin Newsom is going to produce insulin in the state of? The price is supposed to be $11 per unit.
I mean, God bless. Like I hope it goes through. Right? Like nobody should have to go without their insulin and risk their lives for it, right? But I mean AI, but asking AI and medical or privacy or agency for informed, so you do have the informed consent, right? Because it's in your paperwork, right? Like there is informed consent. You have to.
If you can understand it.
Yes, if you can understand it, you have to go through the HIPAA privacy notices every time you go to a physician's office or to an imaging center. The first thing they're going to give you is a notice of privacy practices and your HIPAA, right? When all that gets leaked, then that's always a problem.
Since this calendar year, but there's still lots of time.
Yeah, 23andMe is kind of painful. It's interesting though, right? Like, so what am I supposed to about that? Oh, I feel like that's a Dr. Copeland acknowledgement. But also, I mean, one of my friends who's a neuroscientist with me at the university, he's a postdoc, and he literally messaged me today with like his genome, because he had his genome sequence, and I was like, wait, which company? I was like, which company did you use? He's like, this is where I made a video of where my blue eyes are exactly located on my genome, and it's such a fun video. And I'm like, I love this. This was sharing, because, and as a scientist, that's a super
that's the nerd shit.
It's the nerd shit. I'm all about it. And I was like, oh my God, I love this. I love this so much. And he highlighted it in blue, and he's like, this is what makes all the ladies go crazy. And I was just like, LOL. But, the fact is, and I was like, oh wait, hold on, which company did you use? And it's an even more comprehensive, more inclusive company that tests for over 20,000 genes that are implicated in breast cancer versus, under 100 that normally something like 23andMe would test for, right? Whether or not that's all necessary, again, sometimes over-information is a problem. But, there's a lot of other things. Now, I'm not a geneticist, still neuroscientist, cell biologist, stem cell biologist.
Just a neuroscientist and cell biologist.
Yeah, but I'm not a geneticist, right? So that's not, we all know basics. We all could teach a basics genetics course. All of us who are in biology could most likely teach every single basics course that needs to be taught. And then it's, when you get into the specializations at 400 level, graduate level and above, then it requires your specialization. This is where Benjamin flips out. But regardless, you end up, I was kind of looking through it today, and it's a bit expensive, but it's also gosh darn it, I wanted to do that for a while, and if I could trust this biotech company, if I could trust the physician that actually founded it and stuff, and I do my research about it, I'll share. I trust my postdoc buddy, but I think I don't know. I think the government already has access to so much of your information at this point that I don't want to say it's pointless to try to protect yourself. It isn't pointless. Every single place you rotate through, you have to do completely new onboarding. And it's really frustrating. It's really annoying. And today I spent half the day dealing with multiple people on email chains trying to be like, does she have access to this yet? She needs access to this in order to be able to look at this. And then it's it started with 3 people that were on the email, then suddenly IT's on the email, and then 9 more people, and you're just like, dude, just fix it. No, thank you. No, thank you. I can access it. I can access this from home. I will punch in and punch out from home in the middle of the night if I have to. But yeah, no, pain sucks. I definitely didn't want to move from anywhere today. I wanted to get a lot more done today.
You don't recommend pain?
I don't recommend having to live with pain.
Negative 10 out of 10?
Negative 10 out of 10.
So there was this pain scale that I learned about recently where the scale was, I think the max on the scale was under 200, and it was designed more with a chronic pain type of patient in mind. There was
under 100? I don't know that yet.
Yeah, it was over 100. So normally you walk into the whoever's room, and there's the 0 to 10 pain scale, right? Over 10 at minimum, right? So it illustrates that the 0 to 10 scale doesn't really cover the realistic entire range of pain. And so as a result, they rescaled the pain scale, and they put childbirth at somewhere near 100. And then the above 100 to, I think the max on it was 185 or something like that. I don't remember what the top of the scale was, but fibromyalgia was over 100. It was greater than.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if it would be. I don't know. I can't personally make that a thing.
Some say it's nothing, and some say it's really painful.
Of course.
That depends too.
Yeah, but I mean, every body is different, right? So.
But sure, I believe that it's over.
Pain management, persons, post-surgery, post-whatever, and that's a difficult place to be. And it joints.
Is it injectable?
It's injectable. So what you joints.
Is it injectable?
It's injectable. So what you do is you separate, you have a blood draw, and then you separate into the platelet-rich plasma, which is a clear yellowish kind of fluid.
Sure, I've heard of that for like facial rejuvenation and hair shit. I just didn't know it was injectable.
Oh yeah, no, it's injectable. I don't believe it's used topically, but I could be wrong. Injectable. I don't believe it's used topically, but I could be wrong. Someone can check me on that if they want. Like the other day, in addition to emergency medicine, it's fascinating once you start going through different clinics and stuff. Who knows what surgeons know what. So one of the things about a GLP-1 like Ozempic or Zepbound or Wegovy or any of these things that people are on, and first and foremost, I think they're miracle drugs. I believe everybody should have access to them. I think that they're absolutely insane in their power to be able to reduce your A1C and your sugar counts, and help treat chronic illness and insulin resistance. And in addition to the weight loss, the weight comes off, and then people
Let's see where the dust settles and all of that, because this is definitely not the first intervention we've seen where there was some sort of positive preliminary data for.
No, it's not preliminary anymore. This has been over 4 decades worth of work. The GLP-1s have been around for a long, long time. They just surged in popularity after their secondary trait of weight loss ended up becoming, a little bit more well-known and solidified, right? So when it became more commercialized, to be able to use them for weight loss for, commercial purpose, what's the word I'm looking for? Superficial purposes of things like
lifestyle medicine.
Yeah, it is really a part of lifestyle medicine. Now take a patient who's 400 pounds, 300 pounds, has never been able to get rid of the weight in their life, has food noise, has the inability to regulate their eating. People say, all you need is willpower, but the reality is that their brain and their feedback mechanisms are completely different. Everything is hormonally regulated, and there's a kink in the hormone regulation, right? There's something.
Addiction, would that be unfair characterization?
Calling what an addiction?
Like
food, because it activates
the ability to restrict your eating.
It would be unfair. Because it's a hormone loop. It's a feedback loop.
Okay.
Once one hormone goes up, then so it's a hormone regulation feedback loop mechanism. It's an aberration in the mechanism somewhere, right? Either you aren't getting enough of the hormone, or you're getting too much of the hormone, or you don't have enough receptors of the hormone, or you don't have enough activation of the receptors for the hormones, or you don't have a proper feedback loop to your brain that allows.
Something in the process is broken somewhere.
Yeah, something in the process is broken.
It's not a matter of taking diet or something.
Yeah, no, you can. And there are people who will have this willpower, but in this case, it's also regulated by hormones.
Yeah.
And it's the biochemistry of the matter, right? So what you hear from people often, Oprah just started GLP-1s, right? And she realized that people live this way without thinking about food all the time, because it's a reality for those who don't have that feedback mechanism or that inhibition or whatever correlation there is. It's a reality to think about food all the time. What am I going to eat? What am I going to eat next week? What am I going to eat when I go out with my friends? I'm hungry now. What's going on? There's something wrong with your ones too, as they help the regulation, and different ones have different mechanisms of action to do it. But they're all basically similar in that they allow this noise, this what's called food noise, to calm down. And suddenly, a patient is thinking clearly. They're not worried about their next meal. They're not worried about having to eat because they're satiated. And once you combine that alongside, the first line of quote-unquote defense is always, lifestyle and diet, right? Exercise more and eat less, or eat better quality foods, or increase, satiating, high nutritional value foods, et cetera, and so forth. But that doesn't work for everybody. So when you acknowledge that there's a possibility that there's a hormone regulation feedback loop, misinformation situation, then you end up having the ability to lose the weight because it will come off much easier because it is basically, and there are a lot of more factors to this, but a caloric, reduction in intake, that's going to do wonders immediately. It will do wonders. And so, now these patients are going from 400 pounds, 300 pounds, and they're beginning to be able to move their joints without the pain that they always felt with the extreme pressure that was placed on their limbs and their joints. And suddenly they're able to start walking and they're enjoying themselves. And suddenly they're able to take part in exercise programs that they were never able to do before because it was just too painful to do so.
Yeah, and a lot of things change in their mind too. It's a mindset.
Yeah, and then you believe you can do it. Mm-hmm. Then you start to believe you can do it, and maybe it's slow going, but suddenly, oh my gosh, something that I was never able to do, something that I was never able to access, I can suddenly walk. I can walk for more than a mile at a time. I can go up and down on a step, or I can do these jumps now that my body was never able to handle the pressure of. I'm able to go and walk up a hill and not feel winded afterwards, right? All of these other concurrent issues, the hypertension, the hyperlipidemia, the diabetes, and the majority of people who have diabetes have type 2 diabetes, which is adult onset, right? Which is partially impacted by insulin resistance, right? These things start to heal. And once they start to heal, patients feel better. And once they feel better, they increase their quality of life. It's not a cheat.
But Asha, that's therapy, I guess, for it to guide these people who have it becomes a mental issue, because they cannot think of things.
I think definitely, behavioral therapy should be,
Yeah. I think
also in place, because suddenly, and then of course there's the society's role that ends up being like, wow, you look great, and these are people who have struggled with what their external image potentially has been their entire lives, It's hard if you don't place your value and your basis internally, rather than externally.
Guidance is also important in this whole road where they're going through.
Of course. And I think, again, like I said, I think it should be available to everyone. I think that it was so cost prohibitive at first, right? It was $2,000 a syringe, and that syringe lasted you 3 weeks, or if you really stretched it. And you're going to need that therapy. One of the hard things is that most people will be on them for life because the instant they stop, the weight will come back. Unless you've truly committed to lifestyle changes. So one of the things that I know, I saw, and this is one of the problems, and this is one of the things that if you go to the ER in the United States, and I've personally lived through this, and I've also, witnessed it. I do my part when, wherever I'm working or placed, I always do my part to make sure that a patient's note and their charting is accurate as I can make it. And one of the things is, a patient came in, and somehow it was attributed that they had a GLP-1. But it was also a patient who came in who actually needed emergency surgery. I don't want to say emergency, urgent surgery, right? It could wait a little bit, but they definitely needed surgery, and it needed to be done sooner or later. And one of the complications of being on something like Ozempic or tirzepatide or Zepbound or Wegovy or any of the GLP-1 agonists is the fact that you cannot be on it prior to surgery. It will complicate the surgical procedure. It interacts with, I want to say that it interacts with the anesthesia, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm certain I can look it up. But you have to be off. You have to be off your meds for a good week so that it gets out of your system. And so,
Time is the funniest word.
You can aspirate. You can aspirate.
Well, I think you can aspirate in any surgery. So yeah, I'm not sure if that's specific to GLP-1s though. Is there an increase rate?
Yeah, that's what I know that's what they had said, that if they have to incubate, they can aspirate. Listen, I'm not a medical professional, I just know what they told me.
I know, I just found it so funny that we were talking about something that you do for eggs for chickens to hatch.
So wait, it's not incubate, what's it called? all the time. I get my words mixed up.
No, it's fine. I'm teasing. It's with a C as in Tom. So incubate is with a C, and intubate with a tube is with a T.
It's all like a tube.
My mom.
Yeah, it's the tube. It's the tube that they have to stick down the airway. Yes, you're right.
Yes. Intubate.
The cause of many poor takes during the pandemic.
And incubate, you still stick things in other things, but it's not a tube down airway.
It's not a tube down an airway or a little chicken's throat. A little chickadee. So, anyways, I'm a fan. I see what good it does. And the side effects are harder for some people than others, but also it can be eased by changing which GLP-1 you're on, right? So, it also can be eased. It's also the microdosing. It's also the fact that people do not take in enough fiber. They don't take in enough multivitamins. If you add fiber to your diet and you're unable, so one of the reasons that it works so well is that your digestion is slowed, which makes you feel fuller for longer, which allows you to not eat as much and remain in a calorie deficit, right?
Does that also not cause potentially like a higher constipation?
Yes, and that's why you would want to take fiber first and foremost for anybody with constipation. Increase your hydration and increase your fiber intake, right? It'll help ease along what's going on in your digestive tract. So the GI tract will push it along. So the peristalsis, the movement that the intestines have in pushing your waste out, is slowed so that you feel fuller longer. But it also can contribute to constipation. It can also contribute to hemorrhoids. There's a lot of GI issues that occur. That's exactly where the mechanism of action is taking place.
When you're not taking it anymore, those suppressant effects aren't present, so there's
changing your mindset about food is so important. Learning what foods are better for you is so important. And even like physician, it's funny because one of the best obesity doctors that I know, he always says, I still have patients who are physicians. We all know better. We all know exactly why the things we're doing are or are not working. But sometimes you just need an external hand to help you, move forward in the proper direction, right? That's just how it works.
Keep it under control.
Yeah.
You have your doctor regularly, so you won't fall back.
I will prescribe those ubiquitously. I think it's a great way to better the health of all. We already have a 40 to 50% obesity rate here in America. It's absolutely ridiculous. It should never be this high. And that's just contributory factually to a bunch of problems, and more comorbidities.
great amongst nations.
Yeah, we are not so good at being healthy.
Number one.
We're not so good at being healthy, and that's a problem. And MAHA is not a health advocacy group. One thing that I truly appreciate, and I think is underappreciated because of the stigma that society has placed upon it. Oh, you need a drug to help you? Oh my God, you failed. No, nobody is a fucking failure. Sorry, I cursed, I know. Bro's not here, so his kid can't be listening. No. It's better for me, and then I can keep my professional head on better. But also, it's just so problematic at that point, it causes harm. So, I am changing the last of my curtains to, what is it, when you can't see through them, the blackout ones. So, people can't peep Tom into my house anymore.
Trying to add some educated.
A little bit. I like natural light a lot, and I get a bit of it in here. Not my place. I rent. Also, I just needed the easiest way of doing this. So, a bunch of men came over, did some manual labor.
Some men things.
Some manual labor, because I don't feel like breaking a nail, because that's part of my job.
Things are insured, and I can't risk them.
Do you know that it's really difficult to insure your body parts, especially as a model? It's really difficult.
We're insured by Lloyd's of fucking London.
And expensive.
That's what you do.
And it's insanely expensive. It's like, I mean, I make good money with my hands, legs, feet, the leg holding, but I do not make that kind of money. Or it's like thousands and thousands of dollars for the year just to insure them. I mean,
Do the hand models have a union? Because I mean,
we do not. Actors have the union. We have the SAG-AFTRA union. We do have like the Model Alliance, which is actually super helpful. So I've known the founder of Model Alliance for a long time. It's an advocacy group for signed agency models, and well, it started in New York, and now obviously like any model signed around the world could technically like join. But you know, if you're signed to an agency in New York, and which I'm told is probably like the hardest set of agencies to sign to, especially if you're trying to come from abroad. Like they had so many, like I was kind of shocked at how much the European ladies would have to do in order to get signed to like my agency. Like I'd be like, what do you mean you need all these tear sheets and stuff? Like, really? Oh, that's awful. Like it's awful.
with the AI hand models in a way.
Oh God, they're awful. I can tell like within an instant that that's not a real hand and that's a garbage image. And it's like no hand model in their right mind would ever be seen. And no hand model that actually knows what they're doing would ever pose like that. Blah blah blah. It's very.
You know what really gives it away though? The 6th digit.
Of course, every time. But I mean, you know, everything's gonna refine more, and it's kind of frustrating because you know, I mean. We have higher rates than an editorial in the middle of Vogue, right? Like, it just takes away our money. It just takes away our money.
How many hand models are there in the U.S. or globally? It doesn't have to be citable. You can just estimate.
I mean, my agency, I would say there are about 20 of us that regularly work. Maybe.
That's a hand model agency?
Yeah, that's like parts agencies, right? So there's a few of them across the country.
Okay.
Actually, I haven't heard from one.
Less than a dozen?
Yeah. Less than a dozen, absolutely. Like I think there's maybe three. I think there's maybe three that are worth signing to in the entire country.
Well, I'm trying to get a total sample size, so.
Well, I mean, there are other agencies. So my fashion editorial agency, right? Like the one that you do runways through and all that stuff. Skinny ass, like freaking long-legged feet and legs that you see in all those advertisements for high-end companies, like couture companies, like Bottega Veneta, you know, hand models. The ones that are like holding the items, like maybe an iPhone, right? Or with electric, like working with like a kitchen. And like you can handle, and it's fascinating because somebody had made a comment about, it's so funny, the GLP-1 agonists, right, like the Ozempics and stuff, they came out in pill form, and the first company to acquire the pill form was Serena Williams's husband's company, healthcare company, RO. And so they used an AI freaking hand model on that, number one. Definitely AI. Because I am a hand model and I can tell you what it is. This is like a regular lifestyle hand, number one. Number two, definitely AI, but I didn't mention that part. The nail beds are shorter. So for editorial and high fashion, you have really, really, really long nail beds. For anything that's like a regular something that's being marketed to like the majority of a population, then you use a larger bodied hand and shorter nail beds. And those are considered lifestyle hands. And so you would fit, yeah, I know, y'all really want to know this, right? So you would fit into one or the other. So when it comes to medications, right? Row is indicated for larger bodies. Row is indicated for diabetics who also have swelling in their hands. And if you gain weight in your fingers too, right? Like that's one of the things that a lot of people, after they lose a significant amount of weight, they're like, I didn't know my toes and my fingers look like that kind of thing, right? Like you lose weight everywhere. So those are the reasons that you would use a larger bodied hand in that specific advertisement. Like, does that make sense? If you have a medication that's indicated for obese people, you're not going to use a skinny bitch. Yeah, sorry.
You're trying to show the before or the after?
Well, you're showing the patient that it's mainly marketed to, right? So like there's a lot of like I remember I was posting about a specific, casting that came across my feed, and I'm like, my agents are trying to submit me for this plus size casting thing, right? And mainly part of it was because it was a medication that was specific, for obese people. But then there's also medications that you get cast for in ads that they cannot be used with people who are obese, morbidly obese, class 3 obesity, whatever term you need to use, larger body, et cetera, and so forth, that makes people happy. But the reality is that those medications are contraindicated for obesity because it would harm an obese person versus a person in a smaller body. Like that's just what it is. Posting, and they're like, why can't the obese people be considered for this? And I'm like, because it would kill an obese person to take it. Like, it's literally contraindicated. If you take this medication, certain birth controls don't work as well. They're simply just not as effective. And that is directly due to the larger fat percentage.
And just too low, you mean?
And at the dosages that are normally prescribed, right? Because it doesn't dissolve, it doesn't have the same mechanism of action in that specific quantity and concentration. And you have patients that come in and they're like, why wouldn't I be told this? Like, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a problem. Not only it should be on the practitioner, but then, and then you end up getting yelled at because, you're trying to say something that's like factually correct. And it's very frustrating when I hear something like that because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is terrible because you deserve to know whether or not there's a possibility that this might not work in the same manner.
And you get pregnant.
And then you get pregnant. And maybe the patient didn't want to be pregnant. Maybe the birth control is being used to modify and moderate, pain from periods. Maybe the birth control is used for something else, and you're still not getting the same kind of effectiveness. So there's a lot, right? So people were complaining, oh, why aren't they because it's not indicated for that group of people. It's not indicated for that population. And it's kind of hard too because it contributes to stigmas as well. When you have HIV medication and it's being marketed towards a certain group of people, that stigmatizes.
Contraindicated is.
Huh?
People what contraindicated is because I've used that.
It's not meant for those people, right? So contraindicated means that there's an adverse effect. There is a negative effect for that medication to be used for that population.
Counterindicated, like this is a bad.
Contra, CONTRA. Against. Contra means against. Indicated means, attributed to. Indicated for. If it's a hypertensive patient, right? If you have hypertension, which is high blood pressure, there are medications that you can't take at the same time, right? So if you're on a certain cardiac medication, you can't take Viagra. It's contraindicated. Does that help?
Is CPR indicated for cardiac arrest? It is indicated.
There you go.
Is CPR?
But you can't.
Yeah, but I mean just for being pregnant.
Yeah, no, it's like is drinking not even drinking, but it's meant for pharmacology, right? It's meant for medications more so than it is the other blackout curtain. I just took another Naprosyn, so I think I'll go to bed.
She's gonna go to bed.
Yeah, I think I'll go to bed soon, but I'm okay. I'm still running around because I know I opened an entire box of the curtains, and I kind of want to put this other one on, and I took this guy off.
How long does it take you once you get into bed to actually fall asleep?
Oh,
I'm so awake right now.
Oh, I'm totally awake right now because I'm walking around. No, I'll pass out. I'm debating, do I do my modules first and then pass out, and then I have to get up and get ready. My shift is at 7 tomorrow, I think. I forget.
You do your modules and pass out.
I think that's a good idea. I think I'll do that. You guys can come along for the ride if you want. No, I can't be perfect. Like, I can't be blaring out confidential hospital shit. That'd be so funny. Who wants to take my HIPAA modules with me? Every single one, you redo the same crap that you already know. It's so annoying.
I know they make you sign an NDA, but like I imagine you can actually find those modules online. Like,
I would be. I mean, if you do, then you're gonna find half of, like, I don't want to say half, but you'll find all the medical things that I've been like modeling for. That'd be really funny. It's only supposed to be for internal use. So like, they have like images of me like slamming like insulin or epinephrine into my leg. Like, there's like videos of me doing that. Yeah. And they do this fake injector pen, and you know, they're like, here, can you come in? You know, like they'll have the manicurist on set, and you know, you'll get your nails done and like the whole thing, and then your legs have to be all ready for it, and you're like sitting there, and then they'll have a fake leg for you. So, you know,
A fake leg?
that's right. A fake leg, because then they have like a different viewpoint. Like, this was so funny. I remember my first medical like shoot, and they'll have a different viewpoint, and he'll slam the like injector into and it's just like kind of almost medium. It's almost medium, so it can go darker or it can go lighter. So the lighting that they use, depending on which market they're using it for, you know. So where is this ad gonna run? You know, I did an ad for Turkey one time, and I remember being like, oh, this is funny. Like, oh, this is funny. Okay. There's so many reasons why they choose who they choose, but they've also darkened the crap out of me to the point that I'm like nearly chocolate. And I'm like, you should have seen those makeup artists. Like, actually,
Green eyes popping out. Wow.
well, I mean, and then it's funny because, you know, like there's like I'm like, if you saw the palms of my hands and the rest of me, it's like I remember putting everything next to my face and being like, my God.
And who's gonna take it off?
Oh, yeah, they wipe it all down.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes you get really lucky and you have a shower at the studio when you have like something like that happen, but I can't find these curtains. Like, where did they go? Like, what did I do with them?
You gotta sell it, put it there, put it in the fridge by accident, because you're talking to us.
Probably, right? Absent-minded.
Yeah.
God forbid. What was the rest of your day, Miss Nancy? You were kind of quiet most of the day. We weren't.
Yeah, it was bad weather. Unfortunately not.
oh, what's in your garden?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Frozen.
I know. I have a feeling I know what's in her garden.
I flower everything. No. And in the spring, and then all those colored flowers come out, and it's so nice to sit in it.
AJ, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling.
Yeah.
I should go to. It's 5 o'clock here.
5 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, but I shift my days. I get up at 2 or 3. That's the same time as you get up. It's like 7 or 9 in the morning. Between. So, and that's at 2 o'clock for me. Yeah, because it's winter time. It's dark anyways. I can do nothing outside. So yeah, it doesn't matter that I stay in bed in the morning, but everybody's already doing their stuff. But they are already, the whole world's already to bed. I mean, the whole world around me is. And they get up in a few hours, and then I go to sleep.
So wait, so you're opposite, so you sleep at like in like morning times?
Yeah, and then I take my 8 hours sleep, 7, 8 hours. And it's like 2 o'clock, so 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I get up. And then if I get my hours of sleep, I don't mind. As soon as I get stay up this late and then I don't get that sleep, yeah, then it will, my body will reject it, will protest, so to say.
Yeah, I have to get my sleep. I don't sleep. It's like the worst day ever for me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I need
How long can you sleep?
I sleep like 10 hours.
And then you have difficulty sleeping, well, it doesn't matter, you have 10 hours. I thought it
I sleep so
stayed away or something.
I do. I sleep a lot. Eat for me, and I have really awesome dreams and very detail oriented. And I can actually go back to wake up from a dream and go back to the same dream.
Wow.
So for me, it's like a whole other world when I'm sleeping, and it's just so cool.
You're like lucid dreaming then.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so vivid.
I do that sometimes. I'll wake up and then I'll go back to bed and then I'll be in the same dream.
Yeah, as long as it's not longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've built like houses and towns and people. And it's like this whole group of people, like thing that's in my dream, that's only in my dreams. And I feel like it's like Inception almost. It's so cool. And I go back to the same places, and it's when the only thing that I have is when I'm stressed out about something. Then I'll have someone's chasing me dreams, or I didn't finish something I was supposed to do, or have to pack and I don't have the right stuff, and those kind of dreams. That's like when I'm stressed. I'll get those. I'm not a fan about those type of dreams. But other than that.
Have you tried lucid dreaming?
Yeah. I started lucid dreaming about 10 years ago. Yeah, I did that.
I can't induce it. I don't know, it's happened to me like 2 or 3 times. It's crazy though. You control your dreams. What?
Yeah. What technique did you use? Did you use your hand technique?
I didn't use any technique. I just went to bed and like weird shit happened.
So one of the techniques, and I one that worked for me, there's probably others, but so you look at your hand before you go to bed, and you say, when I see my hand, I know I'm dreaming. So when you start to dream, like drift off and stuff.
I don't wake up from those dreams, so that's the problem.
Well, it's more like in control. It's more like I'm aware that I'm dreaming. Like, have you ever had a dream in a dream?
Yeah.
So it's similar to, it's similar to like a dream in a dream. However, because you're kind of aware you're dreaming in the first dream, but you're not sure you're dreaming. So it's very similar to that. So I kind of, in my mind, am slightly aware, but I wanted to be like, all right, well, let's start flying. That'd be cool.
I cannot hold anything. I drop everything. They can hand me something over. I feel it, and it feels so heavy, and it trips over. It doesn't matter what it is. I cannot hold it. Anything. It's so strange. And the feeling is so strange because I know that I'm dreaming, so I know that somebody gave me something that's like very real. So I take it over, and as soon as I have it in my hand, I feel the heaviness, and I try to hold up, and I just can't, and it just falls, and I try again, but it doesn't work. That's what I have in my dreams when I pick something up, or mostly if somebody gives me something. Can you hold this? Of course, but I can't. Of course, it's like dropping it right away.
That's super specific and interesting. It's very interesting because that when we dream, we were in a state of paralysis, and you should may be wrong about that, but what I'm understanding is that our bodies kind of go into this paralysis state, and and I wonder if that has something to do with the fact that you're unable to not move, but your body doesn't have that function that it needs to.
But only in your dreams you can do anything. I cannot run. When I run, my legs are like I'm in sand, running in sand. It won't move, but I move it, but it's so heavy. So those are the 2 things I cannot. It's like running and holding something.
That's cool. That's like different,
And you don't have it?
No, I don't know. I think everybody has their own thing. Like mine are more like but actually mine are like in a hotel or something, and the walls are falling into the ocean. Yeah, like I'm just I can't there's nothing I can do about it because it's just this, I'm in this hotel room, and it's just, you know, it's collapsing on itself, and it's on like a pier, and it's just like, I'm just wasting myself, and, you know, going down with the ship. That's like,
Yes, you cannot stop it or something.
right, I can't stop it.
But you have the whole feeling was with you.
Right, exactly. That's why I needed 10 hours, because if I wake up from a dream like that, I need to go back to sleep and reset myself on a better dream, because I don't want to wake up with that dream.
I wake up and I'm glad that I woke up and I go like, oh, luckily I didn't drop anything.
Maybe that's our working.
I definitely get to a point in dreaming where whether or not like I'll force myself out of the dream when it gets really bad.
Yeah.
Like these ones do. Like there's not like but I don't know. It's been a couple of days. Like I don't remember my dreams recently at all. It's when they're like really bad, or if like someone's done me dirty. My dreams, then I'll remember them. You know.
Do they show back up your dream? Or is it
Like no, it's like you know how they joke all the time in all those little relationship reels, like you cheated on me in my dream.
Now you got mad at your boyfriend because you
I haven't been there.
But I didn't do it. Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. Don't you know what you did? And then I remember, oh my gosh, I would have these dreams, and I would always like be like, dude, you threw this party, and there were all these other girls there, and you refused to acknowledge me, and this was terrible. You know, last one was all like, oh well, it was only a dream. You know what happens in dreams aren't real. And I was like, no, you did this. This is so wrong. I would be like, you absolutely did this, and like. You need to just go back to bed. And I'd be like, no, you need to like rectify the situation. Why is this happening? And then eventually I'd get, I'm sorry I did that to you.
You wear it down.
So like, no, he would throw all these parties and there would be all these women. And I'd be like, I'm sorry, excuse me, what just happened here? Why are you like with these two all night? I guess they look very cute. That's fine, but that's not, no. Every single time, it's always him throwing a party at his place. Like, I'd be like, your apartment was filled. And, it's New York, so, yeah.
That's horrible. Oh my God.
I would wake up, I would just...
I would make such a bad movie, like, you did this.
Back him awake. Like, what is wrong with you?
He just opened his eyes in the morning. Good morning. No, I'm going off. Don't love me now.
He deserved it. It's fine.
Don't sweetie me up today.
No.
And it's more great when he asks, and with who did I do it? It's funny.
The funniest dream I had actually recently was I had a dream that, and I swear this is a dream. So I'm on Clubhouse having a conversation with Benjamin.
No, you dreamed about Benjamin?
Trying to think about Judaism. It was in my dream. That was.
What did Benjamin say?
Wait, is it because our girls like arguing about what Judaism is? And it seeped into my, because we actually did have that conversation, and it seeped into my dream, the same scenario, and I'm like, I can't get rid of it.
Could you change it?
Yeah, it was a short one, because the conversation didn't go long, but then, when I woke up from it, I was just like, oh, did I have my dream about that?
One time, with all of this going on in the background, I think I felt like I was at like a Benjamin dinner party. I can't remember what the dream was.
You were at a Benjamin.
He creeped into your dream too?
Well, yeah, if you fall asleep and everybody's talking in your ear, it can happen. So I fed into the dream.
Wait, I think it was at that dinner party too. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know, right? Me too.
You were all there at the table.
Hi, Marshall. Hi, Caleb. Pro returns.
Hey guys, hey bro.
Hey, hi.
I was at
win.
I won a couple of.
Poker playing instead of hanging out on Clubhouse.
It's good. It's like the local dudes. So I go and like we played for a few hours. It's like nothing.
And you rip them off.
No, actually, I'm not leaving with the most. Actually, no.
Wow. How high is your stake?
We buy in for 100. You can buy in anytime, whenever, if you bust out. But my goal is always to have one buy-in, play the 3-4 hours. And if I make money, great. If not, fine.
Yeah.
And it's the cost of entertainment, you know. So like,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah,
Oh.
tripled up for the night. I'm pretty happy. What's the conversation right now? What's going on?
Oh, AJ was dreaming about Benjamin and Asha was at the dinner. What
We were sharing our dreams from a space ends up going on.
Yeah, and they both dream about Benjamin.
He creeps
So
up.
Benjamin's a dreamy kind of guy.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
He'll get dream about it. It will
Yeah,
happen.
I can try. I can put in a good college try tonight.
I've never been more
Good old college.
remembering my. That's right.
As soon as you wake up, you gotta write it down. It's fresh in mind.
That's right. Yeah, there you go.
You don't want to write that down. How long are you back, bro? If you listen for the whole time.
No, I'm just thinking that. I was listening to you guys babble on.
Yeah, because you were not here, so we all just big conversation.
The health
Oh
one.
yeah. That too.
That's
That's
good.
that's a one.
I heard it. Just saying, I didn't have to use my imagination. I just completely didn't hear.
Here's my thing about running. Running is like a thing that you have to do to escape bears and Nazis. And I'm like, why run for fun?
I'm with you.
So you can run faster.
You can outrun bears. Right? So you can outrun bears and Nazis. I get it.
So you can outrun the bears and the Nazis faster, right? This is why women choose the bear. And I mean, Nazis shouldn't be acknowledged anyways, so.
I mean,
I just can't go longer than, a couple hundred meters. I'm all done.
Good way, man. Come on.
So you have no endurance. Is what you're saying.
Couple hundred meters, and it'll leave you in the back.
Yes,
and then
no,
just carry on with the show.
Yeah, that's okay. AJ and I, we know what you're saying. You have no endurance. It's all right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but you don't rap that slow.
I rap it slow.
you're gonna slow down the news.
Yeah.
Slow Japanese, yeah. It doesn't matter if you cannot run, bro. As long as you keep the mouth running, it's good. Oh shit.
Are we reverting back to 12-year-olds at this point?
Yeah. That's a reaction from him.
Exactly. Put Pro in the hot seat.
I fully expected to hear all that.
Not, or do you?
No, I did.
You didn't?
I did.
Me together, bro. Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
And they're all welcome to stay, but nobody comes on stage.
You know what? I forgot completely to do my laundry and then wash my scripts. F me.
Now what? You have a dryer?
No, I have it all. I just didn't. I didn't wash my scrubs for the morning.
Oh, morning.
I
part of it. I just only see this on TV, so.
No, it's fine. If you work in the OR,
Like,
Did you
Yeah,
say
it's
that?
fine.
I only see it on TV. They didn't really say that.
yeah, I stick it in this machine and then old scrubs and new scrubs come out.
And it's television.
no, it's totally true. It's totally true. Like that. Okay, yeah, that happens. Yeah, that's totally true. Don't sweat it. You're not wrong. That's if you work in the OR. So if you are part of the OR team, if you're like part of any part of the OR team, then you go through the scrub machine because you have like so. At one of the other hospital systems that I'm at, if you go and you're in the OR and you're assigned in the OR for the day, then you have to go into the locker room first and change out of your clothes, and you have to pick up from the scrub machine. And you put those scrubs on, and those are the scrubs that you wear for your shift. And when you get out, then you change back into your clothes and you throw the old scrubs into the machine to be sanitized, disinfected, and used the next day.
Like everything. How you say that? Instruments that they work with?
Well, that's different. That's in a different part of the OR.
Yeah, I
So
know, but yeah.
yeah, but everything is That's what the surgical techs do.
Yeah.
So there's and if you hear about a nurse who's like one of the OR nurses, like that's not taught in nursing school. It's actually like a separate training that has to be done after you get your license. So, if you hear about any perioperative nurses, that's what they did.
Yeah, it's very specific. If you don't put it on the right place.
And PAs learn 3 years worth of timing, and they work under the physicians or next to the physicians, and so that's the physician assistants here in the U.S. And then they can specialize into any unit, but they can switch out of their units and go to another one because they've been trained in all of them.
Yeah. Because I know that the one who has to clean it gets a full training too. And then also because they have to put it in those, on that tablet or whatever it is that they put it on, it has to be in a certain order. Because the next day when you have a surgeon operate somebody, then it must not lay like a fork, a knife, and a spoon, like that. It has to be in a certain order. Otherwise, when you just put it there, it would be a mess for the surgery. So the one who's going to do the surgery.
Scalpel, please.
Yeah, and then you take a fork.
Yeah, you're right. Surgeon, like each surgeon has a different way that they like their trays arranged and things like that. Absolutely.
Yeah, trays, yeah.
One of my favorite lines from any movie ever was from Rushmore, which is one of the best movies ever, where they're having dinner and came from the hospital and he's wearing scrubs. And the young guy refers to him as his nurse's outfit, and he's like, "These are OR scrubs." And then the best line is, "Oh, are they?" It's just
Fucking great movie.
what a yes. It is the best. Like the best.
Oh,
I think it might be the best movie ever. Partly because it has Bill Murray, so like I don't think the greatest movie ever can't have Bill Murray.
Oh, Bill Murray is great.
No part of it.
Caddyshack is hilarious. That's one of my favorite movies.
Sometimes older Bill Murray movies don't exactly age well, but the movies that come in later in his career are pretty cool.
Yeah.
And it's not a Bill Murray movie. It's Wes Anderson. That's kind of key. And Olivia, what's her name? Olivia Williams, which is awesome.
Did you see the most recent, and actually Bill Murray was in it with Wes Anderson, Atomic something, I think. I can't remember the name. But they were going on a trip to see the crater hole that the asteroid.
Oh, it was the asteroid.
So what are we trying to figure out?
The movie
I was just
Asteroid.
walking down the street, actually.
So what do you think about Asteroid?
I like the really weird color palette. It's just visually,
Yeah.
and that was I think it was some kind of like nod to Technicolor or something, but I just I liked it. I like that weird odd pacing, and I love Bill Murray. And I love Wes Anderson has like these go-to actors. I love all that shit. But what the hell? I just came back in the room. Why am I talking?
Yeah, we talked the whole time.
I just finished dinner and I drank a bunch of wine. I walked in the room. My block.
So you can't talk. That's the thing. But you cannot think and talk.
I think or I can talk. I cannot think. That's a good. Where did you
Get it?
I wanted to talk to Caleb about.
Oh, what was I talking and unmute? Oh, you wanted to talk to him about
I was gone.
Who knows? Some people will come back.
Mhm.
Apparently there's been an anti-feminism room all day
Where?
here on this thing.
An anti-feminism.
I forget. Okay, let me see. What does it say? I'm gonna go to the hallway, right? That's the right word, hallway.
Imagine.
It says, has feminism helped or hurt modern women? Research purposes has, do women ask for too much? Then we have the Trump crisis, and when he doesn't leave to put the laundry in, it's in front of the laundry now. Lord help me.
You see? You can do it.
It's already 11:30.
This today. This was cleaning day. Melissa.
Oh, you should tell us next time so that I'm more inspired to do my laundry and not forget that my scrubs are dirty. I would have appreciated it. This is all your fault, kiddo.
Oh, are they?
Oh, are they?
Oh my god, I've been waiting my whole life to say that.
So happy to gave you that opportunity, you know. Oh, that's great. I don't want to dry my jeans. Last time they shrunk. These are like my favorite jeans.
My jeans, my jeans, they are too short for like, I'm sorry, they're too tight, like way too, and I'm like, I'm kind of fast. And then for like 10 minutes, and then they're like, they fit great for like an hour. And then they're like way too fucking loose. They're falling off like it happens
I'm
that
sure
way.
your wife appreciates it when they fall off your bum like that. Sometimes that's a pretty picture. No? Not
I really like, if it still works, I get another pair, so the other one will work longer. You know? I just change and then I can keep it.
I also an aspiration for men. I need to start staggering my jeans.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Seems excessively. A pair of jeans are like dialed in and they're comfortable. Those are the only pair I want until they rip or something stupid, and then I'm like, okay, that other pair.
Lived in this one pair of jeans, and all he would ever say is like, I've had these jeans since college. He was like in his 40s, and he was like just so proud of the fact that I've had these jeans since college. I still fit into these. And it's like, okay.
You talk about jeans and 3 men come on stage. That's really ridiculous.
That's yeah, I didn't tell anybody that I was.
Methyl blue was the original dye for jeans.
Methylene blue.
Methylene blue, thank you.
Contributed to metabolic syndromes and
Levi.
alleviating
I remember.
mitochondrial DNA.
Oh,
No,
yes.
but you can trust me because I'm a nurse.
It's okay.
Actually, you're right. I think that
We had Levi's too, everybody was wearing it.
from what I went.
Oh, it is, Miguel. It is. I was being
Indigo.
sarcastic.
That was weird. I don't know, but
It's not doing anything for you. Please don't take methylene blue.
Wait. The comment might have been more vague on jeans.
yeah, it was on the jeans. It wasn't on the. Yeah,
Is that just not another word picture of
It's natural indigo. Use natural indigo. Not
oh,
a
that sounds, you know what? That sounds expensive. I bet ethylene blue is a cheap substitute. I'm making up history on the go here, but you know what?
But you're saying it with such confidence that
Yeah, no, that's
you
no
don't get it.
He's drunk. I'm not buzzed at best.
You sound weird.
I feel weird.
Yeah, you sound weird too. You sound how you feel. That's good. Why not?
I see Saturn low on the western sky, and I see Orion to my left, and Jupiter's in the air. And, is it
On the left is where?
On the well, you could guess what
I
it
wish
said.
it was nice outside to see the constellation.
It's a lovely night.
It was, yeah.
The stars in the sky are
I can take a picture of the Orion.
self-professed fish singer.
Take a picture of Orion.
Okay. Of what? Of
Of Orion, you can see it clear because
Orion.
that's the best
Oh,
time.
and you, that's nice, because I can't go outside here, it's too cold.
I have the
I
Orion.
miss looking at the sky like that.
Orion for me should be more west now. Is he taking a picture?
I don't understand how I acquire so many dishes like all the time. I don't know, it's one person, how do I have so many dishes all day?
Oh, don't speak about dishes. When I do my dishes, it's like I have the whole family. It's not. It's only me and my 4 bitches.
Those bitches.
And they eat. My goodness.
Bitches. Sorry.
I said 3 bitches.
That's what Miss Nancy said, and then
I
I
said 3.
not
Not 4.
Okay, okay.
I thought you said 4.
I'll give you that. That's a whole list of those. Still, you said 3.
Yeah, mine includes my 3 ladies. I can say ladies. I can say rebels. Sometimes I say
It's like I'm just confusing a little bit.
when they listen to each other, I call them bitches.
I can be a homer for my 2 bitches, and I will definitely be talking about my dogs and not my wife and daughter. 100%. I would never make that mistake.
My.
But I also would never say that. It's a weird word.
No, it's a funny word because it's like a cute word, but you know what they do. When they hiss at each other and they look at me like that, man, they're really like, are 2 bitches who's hissing.
Yeah, cats are more bitchy than dogs. Like, what's up with that? Like, why do
They are bitching to each other. You know, like women do.
you said it, not me?
You thought it. No. I just think.
I have to say, I'm trying to take some photos of Orion, and it's not.
Yeah, did you work? Did it work out?
I'll try again.
I think that it works.
I'm a little.
Do you have an iPhone?
I do,
Yeah.
and a friend knew it.
Oh yeah, that will. You know what you can do that works better with me? Do as if you take a live photo, put that option on. Then what it does is it's adjusting, right? But then you go in the photo and you press on that you want to change it, and then it says live. You press on live, then it's like a little movie, and then you swipe it from left to right and see what's the best outcome. And that is what you choose as the front image, and then you have the best of the whole thing. It doesn't work instantly like one picture frame. This is like he's taking a few frames, and then you can choose the best of it. So like live photo. you can change, because otherwise you have one image and that's it. And if you use the live version, the live option, then you have like several options to choose from. Huh? What?
I think he just didn't have.
Yeah, if he has an iPhone, the latest iPhone, but it's already, I'm not sure. But live pictures is always, yeah, there. I'm not sure. But you can change it, so take the best of it from the shots that you took. Take the frame.
I would like to recommend that if you ever go to a small, tiny, local owned shop and they create a pumpkin chocolate chip bread, you must get the pumpkin chocolate chip bread because it is probably one of the best things I've had in a long time.
You told about it a few days ago.
I know, but I'm telling you about it again. I'm telling you about it again because it's really that good.
Yeah. Oh,
Should I send you a recipe if I find it?
Do.
There.
Hi, Miguel.
Can I ask you a
Go ahead.
question? Can I ask you a question? Dude, I wasn't looking, sorry. My brain's kind of.
You're okay.
You're a biologist and microbiologist. No, yeah, you're a researcher in biology. And today I'm taking a pharmacology class. They mentioned monoclonal antibodies, right? As part of biosymbols, right? And then she mentioned that she the teacher was like, she thinks that's going to be the thing that cures cancer. What's your thoughts on that?
No, monoclonal antibodies were one of the first line biologics that were used to treat COVID infections in the pandemic to help meet the symptoms of COVID-19, right? They are functional and they work because they're targeting a specific antibody that is on the antigen presenting surface of the virus, right? Does that make sense?
Right. But correct me if I'm wrong, they can make antibody and monoclonal antibodies for like anything, like for cancer.
Yeah. So what's more appropriate? The mRNA technology and the basis for mRNA technology and the platform that's used in order to specifically target anything that has an antibody presence. Does that make sense? Antigen presenting presence. Does that make sense?
I'm not, yeah.
It's specificity oriented, right?
Right.
So yes, the monoclonals are good, but the vaccine was better. And we have antivirals and retrovirals, right? So, So with like things like Paxlovid or any type of flu retroviral, like why is the name eluding me right now? It's such an obvious antiviral too. Everybody has it.
What?
The retroviral for a flu infection.
No, you're doing your laundry at the same time.
Well, I put that in. I did. Fancy. Apparently, I can't do my laundry and think of.
Is this something like remdesivir or something?
No, that's part of that was part of the therapy. Remdesivir was one of the monoclonal antibody therapies. Regeneron was another, but that was a monoclonal. Yeah, no, I'm thinking of like a specific one that everybody uses, for flu, and it's prescribed all the time. And it's literally Tamiflu. Thank you. I was like, I could like see the word in my head, but not see it. I appreciate that. Thank you. Wow, that was bad.
It was not bad.
No, but it was bad that I couldn't remember it.
You do a lot of things today already.
Wow. Miguel, how is that? Did you end up getting the flashcard set that I used for college? Is it helpful? Isn't it like I thought it was really helpful?
Yeah,
I actually.
The cool thing is it breaks it down to cardiovascular, nervous, musculoskeletal drugs and stuff. And now I can pull different drugs that I'm going to use for my class. We don't learn every drug. We learn the most ones that we're going to use as nurses. And then build from there. But I'm in my first week, and she just mentioned monoclonal, and she's like, on a side note, it from Drew, I think that monoclonal cancer therapy is gonna be what cures cancer. Eventually, once we get it right. And she's just a nurse instructor, and she's not up till 100% speed. I asked you because that's what you're in the business of. You're the cutting edge of research. So I was asking if monoclonal rings a bell. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, monoclonals are good. They're good first base therapy when you don't have anything else. I don't feel in any mechanism of action that monoclonals would be what's going to break down cancer and cure it. I don't feel that way. I think that actual gene therapy would be what actually cures, cancer. We have preventative therapies, right? Like, so the HPV vaccine, Gardasil vaccine that prevents human papillomavirus, that is it's not a cancer therapy, but it's a prevention because it prevents anal, oral, throat, vaginal, cervical, anal, I already mentioned anal, cancer for anyone who's actually sexually active, right? Like, so the majority of people who are sexually active are infected with HPV, about 75% of people. And prior to the studies, longitudinal studies that have now shown that anybody who got the HPV vaccine has a 0 indication rate of cancer for cervical cancer, right? So there's proof that it prevents cancer.
I like that you led and it was anal.
I know.
Right, like the gutter on the gutter, go for it. I just read these drugs.
Yeah. I saw that notification pop up earlier, but we were in the middle of the Brown case.
Brown, white.
Yellow, green, blue, purple,
Euro, I think that was unfortunate, and the fact that Trump took it, a good leader would have said, you know what, thank you very much, but I can't accept it because I was giving it to you. But no, that cocksucker decides he wants to take it.
He wants to pretend that he's worthy of anything. Like, he just needs to spread his worthwhile. He knows he's not, so he had to make up a fake.
With the FIFA noble, I think the Sixers, but I wake up every morning and the first thing I grab my phone is look at NBC for a headline that the old man had a heart attack. But man, it hasn't happened yet. And on that day, it'll be a good day. That's all I can say.
And that rhymed, and we appreciate your rhyme and your rhyming abilities, especially in this room.
Ice Cube remix.
It's true. It's a good one.
So I missed the anal.
Don't mention it. You missed out.
Right in the middle of it.
Well, girls, all of you can't even have a serious conversation about
Okay.
What was
okay.
What was in the middle? Hey, what was in the middle of anal bookends? What was in between?
Okay. You made me say it. There was that.
Meat of the conversation.
There was
What was the meat of the conversation in between the anal?
okay, I have to say, anal come on.
but that's
All people are embarrassed than now.
you're bad, but this photo, this PTR, this Orion that I see,
Oh, you did
that
it
is
right.
freaking gorgeous.
I had to do a little.
Oh, wow.
That is
Yeah.
stunning.
Here,
Oh, you did too.
I would take this sitting down here.
That is Mr. O'Reilly with his dog.
Thank you, hero. And
I
what a
would take
star.
this sitting down here.
If you zoom in, everything is round. Have you seen it?
Speaking around, what happened to Flat Earth in 10?
Yeah, it's gone. It's round.
So his work is done.
Yeah. So say.
Speaking of working,
Dr. Church.
But you did the talking, bro. I mean, we entertained everybody. Now it's your turn.
Oh, yeah,
I thought your pushback today, bro, was particularly good.
Okay, what was I pushing back on? On you?
Everything that's been ever said.
Benjamin, I think.
Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. I mean, that's like workbench. I thought it was on somebody else.
Like what?
It made it sound good.
How he's awake? You haven't said anything, bro. You must have awakened him. But you're quiet. What's the matter? Anna Foley, remember that song? What's the matter, baby? Good song. Oh, and Anna Foley was the one who sang the real song, like from Paradise at the Dashboard Light from Meatloaf, and it was Anna Foley who sang, and not the woman who was on stage.
So I got the Trump icon there going.
Crimsonite on stage. Welcome.
Trump looks like he's getting a little work below the belt there. Looks like he had a little anal bookends going.
Lawyer called me. Why is that a thing now? Why?
Like the rest.
Yeah, they have absolutely nothing.
I'm more time never called attention to the anal thing. It's a serious topic, which is not a joking matter.
Sorry, I could have talked about the anal sphincter. I could have talked about all sorts of things, but no. What, Benjamin?
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Well, it's a good job, hero. I like the picture. Thank you. You have really lots.
Where are you located again that you get such a beautiful night sky?
Apply some filters and some contrast and some stuff like that.
Yeah, to get it a bit too.
But you had to start with something that was decent. I forget. Can you give me a general response again? Are you in the Midwest?
Wait, what? No.
I forget. Just remind me if you're willing to. You don't have to. But I'm so jealous. I wish I could go outside right now and see the stars. It's probably one of my favorite things to do as a for a hospital setting, so by all means. Here we go, more about the ice shooting. But some people want to make it about, oh, I have to? Why am I responding? Alright, live updates. Newly released records detail chaos during fatal ice shooting in Minneapolis. Reports from the city's police and fire departments show that Renee Good, who was killed by an ICE agent last week, was found with 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and 1 to her forearm. Thank you, because everybody has been saying there have been 3 shots to her head, and I'm like, where did you confirm that? And it bothered the goddamn Jesus out of me that everybody kept saying that, and I'm like, we have nothing about that. So, 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and 1 to her forearm. Here's the latest. Newly released records from the Minneapolis police and fire departments detailed the chaotic moments that unfolded after a federal agent fatally shot Renee Good, who was found in her vehicle with 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and another to her forearm. The responders found Ms. Good not breathing and with an irregular pulse. Oh. When they arrived at her Honda SUV on January 7th, according to one of the reports, she also had a possible gunshot wound to the left side of her head. By the time, there could have been a grazing. By the time the workers took her out of her vehicle, she had no pulse and they performed CPR on her as she was rushed to a hospital, the report said. The details revealed in incident reports from the Minneapolis police and fire departments and 911 call logs obtained by the New York Times sketched out the shock and fear of the bystanders who frantically called for help after the agent from Immigration and Customs Enforcement opened fire. One of the calls was made by an ICE agent, the transcripts showed. The federal government has defended the ICE agent who shot Ms. Good, saying he acted in self-defense, etc., etc. I'm going to skip. The shooting set off a week of intense protests, prompting Governor Tim Walz to plead for peaceful demonstrations. At the same time, Walz and local officials called for the federal government to end its immigration crackdown in the city. On Wednesday evening, a separate shooting, we We already know about this. Ms. Good was labeled a domestic terrorist by Trump aides, while Steve Miller described the protests as an insurgency. Oh, so now they can call it an insurrection? Sorry. Carolyn Levitt, the White House press secretary, said Mr. Trump's threats to invoke the Insurrection Act were a warning to Democrats. Here's what we're covering. Agents authority when a federal agent ordered Ms. Good to get out of her Honda Pilot, which legally obligated to comply. Experts said the answer is not so simple. While Ms. Good was compelled to follow a lawful order, it is not clear whether immigration agents on the scene were acting within their authority. Legal action. Lawyers representing the family of Ms. Good, a 37-year-old poet, said on Thursday that they anticipate taking legal action against the federal government and have asked officials preserve all possible evidence. They earlier announced that they would investigate Ms. Good's killing and described her as a mother of three and a person of faith. A second shooting, Julio Cesar Sosa Silis, who entered the United States in 2022, was taken into custody after being shot in the leg by a federal agent on Wednesday, along with two other men. Federal officials accused them of assaulting an agent with a shovel and a broom. A federal spokesperson said Mr. Sosa Silis was a Venezuelan national who was in the country illegally and resisting arrest. And that is the short version. I know that we all are following this specific story and we keep talking about it, so every time some notification pops up, I'll definitely let the room know.
We all know what happened. It's how they present it to us.
Oh yeah, no. Framing is everything.
Mother of three, you say. Wow.
Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure if it hits the radar. I know it globally has hit the radar, obviously.
I think so.
But hour long, so I'm gonna start this and sign in.
Why would they shoot her where they could shoot the tires of cars?
Well, I mean, that's the whole point, right? There's a way.
They don't hate America, they hate Trump. And Trump.
For him. That's the fucked up thing, or close to it. Even 40%, man, makes us a fucking bad country, dude. That's a lot of fucking people that have fear and hate in their minds.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Carolyn has put into the chat a research a couple of opinion polls that show us that yes, we hate America, stop coping. We'll invite you up by all means. 50% of the voters and a lot of people did not vote. I mean, no one's discounting the fact that America isn't being well received around the world. It's fine. Hi, Gerald.
No, I think you guys are chill. I think this room's actually chill. I'm just kind of, gotta poke the bear a bit. Annoy the Americans a little bit, but this room I know is chill.
Are you Canadian?
You couldn't tell that. Definitely.
Well, it's good to have you up on stage. Like, I just figured,
Part of Canada.
I just wasn't sure where you were from until I looked at your PTR. Hugo was offended. Okay, thanks, Hugo. Good to know.
Part of Canada. You're all east, west, central.
I'm from Canada, Montreal.
Montreal. Okay. The French use it. No, that's Quebec. Sorry, right? Quebec.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I'm French.
No.
French speaking Canadian.
The only reason I say that, Carol, is because I used to have a Canadian cyclist come live with me in the winter years ago, and I had a 4-bedroom home, and I'd have like 2 guys from Ottawa, and then 1 guy from like Saskatchewan, and then 1 guy from Quebec, and they'd call him the French. He always behind his back. So it stuck with me. Anybody that's from Quebec or Montreal, I call Frenchies.
Yeah, no, that's the blue flag in my PTR, right? Yes, we love our American neighbors very much. We're just a little bit mad.
Oh, no, you don't have to. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I'd be mad at us too if I was Canadian and Trump kept saying we're going to annex you or whatever. Like, I get it. That's all right. It's a valid feeling.
Hey, Gerald, did you watch cycling? Dude, it was like, is that like the biggest event you have every year? You have to Formula 1, don't you?
Hockey's the event we had here.
Well, that's like I'm talking like once a year event. Like Grand Prix de Montreal cycling race, I figured like everybody goes. It's only once a year.
Yeah, it's big. I don't know the statistics, but yeah, it's big.
Hero, by the way, your Orion is much smaller than mine. My Orion is like massive.
I was really about to say, Miss Nancy, I don't know if we should be commenting on the size of Hugo's Orion.
I'm pretty sure the size doesn't matter, but
I don't know. I mean, for anybody who is very focused on anal bookends, I would be quite worried about sizing.
I did open myself up for that one, didn't I? I really got myself.
I had to. I couldn't help it. Apologies to everyone else who wasn't in the room at the time.
Hey, Asha, you're
Anal Bookends is my favorite Simon and Garfunkel album.
you're a specialist in medicine, like his ability for his brain to function better. Do you think any of that's happening?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I mean, he has venous insufficiency, and that was obvious to anyone in the medical field. Even people who just started their medical journeys, right? Like that. It's an indication of CHF, right? Yeah. So exactly, right? Like you're going through school, so you and I will have more conversations as we do it, right? So yeah, I mean, it's like one of the first things you learn. So it's like the emperor has no clothes and boots right now. And going through this module and learning it, and I have to be up in the morning. Oh gosh, I don't know. I should not have taken a nap this afternoon, but I really need. Nap this afternoon, yeah. I don't know. Did I say that wrong?
No, you're tired.
Why?
I said it fast. They're all
Christina. We have a new Christina person. Hello.
Christina,
Hi guys.
I invited you because I thought you had something to say, so maybe better to say something.
Oh, I was just in the chat saying I'm sure that he's getting whatever he needs to be keeping his eyelids open at this point.
Yeah. Well. Honestly, sometimes I see 80-year-olds that are in the best shape of like. Sometimes I'm just shocked at some of the patients we have because they've taken care of themselves and they're aging so freaking well. Like the other day, there was like I don't want to say the other day, but like, you know, I've seen patients who are in their 70s and they are handsome, full of hair, silver fox men who are super active. You know, like they're not on like hormone replacement therapy. They don't take extra testosterone or anything. They've just really taken care of themselves as like lifelong athletes.
I just want to say, are they gay?
I don't believe this man.
And I did
not double check.
Way, but they.
No. This, I mean, he was handsome. All right, like I mean, he was handsome.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there are male models who are still modeling at that age too, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean, we have some very handsome men.
Yeah.
But anyways, sorry.
Very handsome. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have so handsome. Yeah.
However,
I got the message. They're very handsome.
just like Crimsonite here, you see how handsome his peak is.
Not yet. I haven't seen it.
No, look, he's got something coming out there. Yeah.
Probably it's not him. We're on
I know, but that's okay.
But yeah, it's cute. Yeah.
John, do they have kids? The people. Okay, look, I was not in the chart long enough to be able to like verify his social tendencies or whether or not he was, you know, into the same sex or anything. Like, I do not care to qualify any of it. I can acknowledge very handsome, very fit, very in shape man.
Please
very
respect
well.
HIPAA requirements.
Oh, I got you. That's fine. No names, no identifying factors, no other aspects of his, you know, health and history. No, nothing. No history of present illness. No reason why he was one of our patients. Nope, got nothing.
Good. So this
But,
could have been me, right? If that's what we're saying.
So, I mean, you know, technically, if anybody really wanted to think about it, sure, why not? However, all of us definitely got back and we were like, did you see that man? That I can acknowledge. Almost feels like one of the ortho residents that I used to work with. That man was handsome. I think every girl just couldn't focus when he would show up for a consult. Every single, so what you see on Grey's Anatomy is very real.
Yeah.
Very, very.
And all focus on that one guy.
He did not age well. Brilliant.
This is great. Actually, I'm not.
Group he and asked them, do they have kids? Why would it matter if the patient, like, if they have
We're
kids?
talking about that somebody's handsome. I don't care if he has kids or not.
I don't know, right? Like, what their hand is raised. I don't care to bring them up right now.
No.
Anyways, Christina, come on up and hang out with us. Tell us how you feel about the drug crisis.
Go ahead.
Their health and raising kids. You can remain healthy and raise children.
No, I mean, no, if you have kids, you probably not age that well because you're stressed out because of the kids. And, you know, that kind of thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not me either. I do everything to make sure that I'm not getting pregnant.
Oh, yeah, I did too.
What is the crisis?
Totally understand it, John. Totally understand it. What is the Trump crisis? Who's asking?
You're a handsome guy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
When they did a social experiment, ask men and women to select the face and body of someone of their own sex that they believe the opposite sex assets would find most attractive. The women selected him as being most attractive face, whereas men selected that soccer player that's married to the Spice Girl, as who they would have thought the women would have selected as the most ideal face. But
Yeah.
that's just.
What happened?
Who is that?
Wait,
Oh, we're on.
wait, what? Wait, so when
Put the picture of the girl on.
girly then, and then like, wait, what's the lesson here? David Beckham is the person you're
Yeah.
I think. And
Oh, okay.
he is a sexy man. Like, what? Do you ladies not agree?
David Beckham is
Where's the
It's
divide?
hot.
I'm confused.
he's incredibly hot. He's also incredibly short.
Well, that's a good thing.
Is he short? I didn't.
The ball's on the ground, so
Yeah,
there's
it's
no
Can't be
advantage to be
taller.
No, he's not a midget.
Bro likes to argue against this. He just left. I guess he went to bed. But damn it, should I go to bed or do I do this module? I'll do
Some
the
of the
module.
guys keep talking. You can do the module.
You probably won't
I'll
ever
do the
regret,
module.
won't regret not going to bed. You'll probably regret not doing the module.
Yeah, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. We're gonna get mad at me. Okay, I gotta do it. Thanks, John. Appreciate you. All right, we'll bring him up. You guys, I'm bringing him up. I'm not gonna hang out for it. Senior mechanical design engineer in chip assembly at Intel. Ooh, he knows things.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Tinker. He's a tinker. John,
Tinker.
please protect me. Yeah. Hi,
Tinker.
welcome.
Tinker.
I was just being cynical.
Oh, it's fine.
I was just saying when you have kids,
You age poorly.
I'm not saying that's the case. It's more about time. You
Okay.
maybe haven't been enough since I know that I live in Europe. But they get up at 5 and I just work straight for getting ready, breakfast, lunch, get up kids. My wife does kids ready, I do everything else. And then I go to work for 8 to 9 hours, come home, dinner, sleep. Like, there's no room for anything. It's just like I'm just saying kids take
Yeah.
your time.
Got
That's
it.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's true.
And stress.
Yeah, he's also.
Are you a tinker? What's that? John, are you a tinker? Tinker. Like a tinker from one of those 911 books.
Tinker or a
No, a tinkerer means that he tinkers with items. You guys, come on, reading comprehension. Benjamin is also a tinkerer. This is why
I
he's
mean, there's
accepted.
the guy that
No,
Say tinker.
Like-
Like a
like
tinky.
tinkle.
Well, look at this
Like
eye.
hacker.
No. It's Hero is thinking tinkle, and tinkle is to pee, and a tinkler, which he's
Spear. Spear.
I make things.
Somebody
We need more tinkers. We need more tinkers. This is a
more
lot.
thinkers and tinkerers.
I might have gotten that wrong, but I would still prefer tinkerers.
If you make the thing, tinkers. The question is John a tailor? John, are you a tailor? I've worked for Nike before.
But a tinker and a tailor? Is that
Tinker tailor.
And Taylor Tinker.
Are you a soldier? No.
Are you a spy?
Just checking.
Checking the boxes, that's all.
No, this is need to profile thing. I think we're going off topic.
I mean, if you were a spy, you could be honest.
Not being generally.
We want to be very careful not to ask you where you're from or where your accent is from.
He said Europe.
But the only questions remaining are you a tinker, tailor, or soldier? Then we know enough about you that we can have a conversation.
Are you being Tinker? Spy. And read for us what a tinker.
Yeah, it's
Actually, the orange.
For the record, I think I got Tinker wrong.
Yeah, me too. Oh, you there?
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, you know.
You're the second one I talked to.
Of course. It's like a little page. But
I didn't understand it. Can you repeat it? They was travel a lot and then?
just the itinerary. They travel. And then it's a big movie.
Yeah, you're breaking up. I still don't understand it.
I think we're kind of like gypsies.
Like that, okay.
I think we can travel place to place.
Yeah, I think that the question was, are you an expert?
Sharpen your scissors, for example, or sharpen your knives. Prepare your pans.
My bio is today. I work for Philips. Is that shape
A tinker is essentially one who tinkers.
I just gotta say, gypsy is not, that term is not gonna go well here if there's any white women in the crowd. But
That's right. From
Yeah.
Does any both way?
I have my friends from the Balkans, and they always refer to anyone who's basically not like basically white, you know, and whatnot, as like the gypsies kind of thing, or like socioeconomically not there. So maybe I'm just taking after that.
And don't pay tax
Yeah,
because they live in a home on wheels.
exactly.
But they don't. Big bungalows on wheels, but they never travel with it. You cannot. But they still don't pay tax for it.
I guess I still pay tax in the U.S. It's always fun. The fun of being a U.S. citizen. You can never get out of paying taxes.
unless you live in Puerto Rico, apparently, but yeah.
You have technically full citizens, but I'm not sure if they're fully citizens. I don't know, it's weird.
No, so okay,
Yeah.
I heard this. So I have a neighbor who, this story ended tragically, but there was this whole thing about like I can move to Puerto Rico and I have to pay taxes, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you have to pay taxes wherever you go. And there's this, but there is a special case for Puerto Rico. I don't totally understand.
There is. Yes, you're correct. I'm Puerto Rican, and I looked into it to go back because I own property there. So yes, there is I forget the form that you do, but there's a way that you do it. You basically don't have to pay taxes, federal taxes again, but you do pay state taxes there, which are probably aren't as high.
That's so weird. It's backwards when you're a citizen. I used to live in Oregon and left. I don't pay Oregon taxes, but I'm on the hook for federal taxes. So it's backwards. It's get you one way or the other.
Yeah, I didn't know that if you live in Puerto Rico that you don't pay federal tax.
Natives don't. Like if you're from there,
Oh.
but they did something. I don't know what it was for. It was originally to try and make Puerto Rico more desirable for people to go to again. You know, because a lot of people were moving out. You know, I remember the last 2 years,
Yeah.
like an exodus of like 3 million people or something like that. Like 20% of the country's left to Florida. So and other places. But long story short, they made it lucrative for people that weren't from there to come over, and they do a certain form. There's a certain thing they come under, and they don't have to pay federal taxes. But then they get charged some state taxes. But depending on how much you had, you know, and you put it in banks and stuff, and when you probably bought, they could waive that.
Yeah, I have a collaborator who is from Puerto Rico, like born there, from there. And then she was living in New York for a while, and then she went back, I think like 3 or 4 years ago now, and she's been living there since. And she bought a place, but yeah, she said it was pretty fucked up.
Puerto Rico. I was born there and I was raised there, so like I'm probably about 15 or 16. It's a crap
she was really struggling when there was some sort of storm or something, you know, down.
Maria.
And she couldn't get any building supplies. Like
No.
she had damage and she couldn't
Puerto Rico,
fix it up.
2 weeks. Everything in Puerto Rico. I lived there for 6 months weekly basis, and a couple of months ago she told me that they had just fixed it. You've got 2025. You know, they had just fixed it, where you can actually travel through it again.
Yeah, weird here in Europe, and at least I know it's like a mixed bag. It's like certain things like maintenance. It's not bad, but it's not like US. The US, like, it's all hustle culture. It's almost like they'll literally come to you saying, like, I've been places where they see stuff, and I've had people knock on my door and they'll be like, hey, you need that fixed. I'll fix it for you right now. You know, like stuff like that. But then like here, it's like you hire someone and it might take a couple weeks, and then obviously everything, you know, things aren't as like everything's very almost strict 9 to 5. Right now, there's no one in the street at all. Like 6, 7 o'clock, nothing. All of a sudden, explodes at like around 8:30. Everyone goes to work. But an interesting thing is that on like the service side, it seemed like that, and then on the government side, at least in my experience, it's been way better. Like going to the DMV here, it was crazy. Like I went in, and you're like, oh, we got yours done, but your wife, she forgot something. Why don't you just come back and fix it right now? Because there was a typo on the license. They'll tell you like, oh, you had a screw up. You have to resubmit it after a month, not telling you. So it's weird. It's like the government here, at least for me anyway, is very efficient.
Where are you at?
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
I think the European thing is a general thing. It's like basically workers. It's pretty consistent. Like even at my job, like most people don't even like start you. They don't even think about working until 9. You come in like before 9, like maybe one person in the office. 9 o'clock, things just like it's almost like lights flip on. People start working.
Don't they have like
Before that.
Isn't like at the time that you guys go home too, like literally on the hour, the lights flicker
Pretty
off,
much.
everybody goes home.
It's like, wait, we're in the middle of something. No, I gotta get home.
That's not what I lived in Germany for 8 years. If you showed up like with 1 minute left,
They never stay late.
So in the U.S., so I had a funny experience because I worked at one of my kind of early in my career, I did software stuff. I was at a software company, and we were like, yeah, you know, whatever. Like it was a great lifestyle, but when crunch time came, everybody was like super long hours, just really crazy. And then I switched to kind of more like engineering. I went to I kind of switched industries, and it was a total different culture. Like I remember being at a 3:30 meeting, and it was like, so we're behind, we gotta get this shit done. And like, oh god, it's 4 o'clock. Oh, okay, come on, I gotta go. Like so, I'm like, wait, what? You're going? You're leaving? Yeah, well, and the software culture was more like, no, we gotta like, you know, pound, Red Bull, whatever. It was like we stay up, we do this crazy shit. So like within the U.S. in different industries, you have very different cultures. So well, actually, both those were similar age groups. There were older dudes, there were younger dudes, there were Indians, there were Americans, there were women, there were men. So it wasn't the demographics. I mean, it was a smaller. The engineering company was a much smaller company, but it was. I thought that it was interesting because I'm like, oh, this is more of like a industry. Like we weren't union or anything, but within engineering there is that culture of unions and stuff. So I kind of felt like we were tied into that like hourly workday thing, and it was just a good culture. So it's like, yeah, we all agree we got to get shit done, but we'll have to reconvene in the morning. Which I kind of liked in a way. It's like clear boundaries. Like, good on you guys. Let's do this.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, it is. It was
You can't be like, hey, I got a life outside of work, man.
It was nice, and it's also something that I've never like. Part of me, my mentality is still that older thing. It's like, well, I'm not done. I'm gonna shit behind. And the engineers were really good at that, but the software folks were not. And that was just this weird kind of macho software tech culture, I think. But so, anyways, like in the U.S., I assume it's still that way.
Oh,
it varies
1,000% still like that.
industry to industry. It varies a lot.
I think
Yeah, it's been really like that. I live in San Francisco, so it's like full of tech people. So it's like that. But I work in film and documentary in particular. And the expectation is you're going to be working around the clock.
Are you living
And
in Korea?
yeah, I do.
Did you see last night the Crew 11 capsule coming in?
No.
Apparently it came in around midnight, and it was like streaking across the sky. A lot of people saw it, so I was wondering.
No. I don't go outside very much. Hence, because of the work thing. But yeah, no.
yeah, film's no joke, man.
And there's just so many tech people here too, so and startup culture. So it's like work all the time.
If you're not at work, you're looking for work usually, or trying to find it's crazy.
Well, my PTR is just a few minutes ago is at a waterside park from the north, looking towards San Francisco. So yeah, you might be in that photo. It's nice here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I have a car, so I could. But
Cars? Haven't seen them much.
no, like people who live in the city here don't have cars. Like some do. But
Some people don't, yeah. That always kind of struck me because San Francisco is not that much of a cosmopolitan town. It's kind of a small town, actually.
Yeah, it actually is.
But I do know, I came across a few people who were like, oh, I have an apartment and I work over here. That's my thing. And I was always, I grew up in California, so cars were always like just an important part of my identity. So they weren't wrong. But for me, it was a very like foreign concept. Like,
Yeah.
But don't you want to go like Santa Cruz?
I literally haven't driven it in like a month. It's sitting there. I'm like, fuck, dude. I don't want to drive.
Which is
Wow. That's so lucky.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things I love about the
Where are you located? Can I ask? I know you don't have to answer.
Yeah, no, I'm in San Francisco and I'm like in the middle of the city. So the city's always.
I'm sorry.
First of all, I should have defended the sex question. That was really aggressive.
I know. I didn't qualify it. I didn't say you don't have to answer, I'm sorry.
That doesn't matter. Please don't try to pronounce my name in a culturally appropriate fashion. I have already culturally appropriate the name for myself. I'm a white male. I don't mean it in I'm sorry.
This is unfortunate.
I'm offended for everybody. I'm offended. Has been here and is here now and may come here in the future.
I know. The burden of the entire world is on your shoulders. I understand.
It really is. Yeah. If I start crying, you all need to be silent.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for enlightening me,
And I'm on the edge.
teaching me. Okay, but I'm so sorry. Now, Christina, I'm asking you for a third time because you answered, which I would assume like a lot of people who are in New York definitely don't need a car. But where did you say?
I live in San Francisco.
San Francisco. Oh, really? No car necessary? There's so many hills.
Yeah, the hills, but the city's only 7 miles by 7 miles, and I live in like the literal middle. And so everything that I need is like within walking distance from me. My doctor, my dentist, my grocery store, everything.
She rides a bike almost everywhere. She goes and picks up her kids, and she doesn't use the car. She rides her bike, and they ride with her back or whatever.
Yeah, or like if I'm going somewhere, like going to a movie or whatever, first thing I'm thinking about is it going to be hard to park there? If it is, I'm just going to take an Uber because it's only like 2 miles or whatever.
Yeah. One of my closest friends, I was speaking about her earlier. She's an Olympian and she was born and raised there.
Golden Gate Park.
The Golden Gate Park. Because they held cross country nationals. They held cross country nationals there. So I've been out there to run.
Yeah, it's cold.
And it's
Cold
cold.
in the
You
summer.
guys were really cold in
Yeah,
July.
that's the one bummer. Is a little cold.
Actually, Club Nationals was held there. I want to say 2000. Oh, you went to Kinney?
No, Kinney is the Kinney Nationals. You know, the Kinney shoes, they sponsor the high school national cross country championships.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's like, unfortunately now there's like 3 different nationals, 4 different nationals for high school students. You have you used to have Foot Locker for cross country, but now you have Nike nationals, New Balance nationals, Adidas nationals. You have like the Hoka national, like you have like Under Armour, like every company holds the nationals. Huh? You really wanted to go to Nike. Like Nike would have these major national championships and you would just go to Nike or you would go to Foot Locker and that was your problem. You had to choose between Nike and Foot Locker. But now students don't even get to head up against the best of the best, right? Like it's like a national championship and you're choosing between 3 different ones and you don't get to be against the same rivals because now they're even held on like the same weekends. So you have to choose which rivals you're choosing to race that you know what I'm saying?
I get it. It's all about the
And
shoes. But if Colgate
you get some really great gear.
are all the time.
Oh, okay. Real sport running. I've heard that one before. Oh, disc golf.
Oh, Portland's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Portland's super into it. For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, not anymore, but it was interesting.
Portland held 2016 Indoor World Championships. I was there for that one. I worked medical team there.
Wait, indoor
That
cross
one.
country?
Indoor track and field. So Shanny won the 3K. No, she bronzed in the 3K that year. Matt, so Centro was our 1500 meter gold medalist for the Olympics in 2016, and for indoors he won both the mile and the 3K I think that year. So like all of us were out and about in Portland. Being out and about in Portland isn't like grand, but since Centro decided like he had a gold medal, like we all went out. It was fun. I couldn't believe I had fun like that outside of New York City. Like it was fun. It was really
So
fun.
is there no indoor cross country?
No, cross country is outdoors. Cross country is always outdoors. Cross country is literally the definition of nothing but mud and dirtiness and hills and hay bales. The best fun you could ever have in your life racing.
I was going to say, Portland, all those names you mentioned, they all have headquarters in Portland. Like Hoka, Adidas, Nike.
Yeah.
I used to work at Nike. They have their main.
I encourage everyone get out there, get out to the Michael Johnson track because that track is in the middle of the woods and it's the coolest thing to run at ever.
It's a really cool. They have a trail that goes all around it. If you want to just trail run around the entire campus, it's a really pretty campus. I like working there because it was like I worked in their innovation teams and it was funny. We would just like at lunch. It's like, oh, we're gonna go like eat each other like freaking world class gyms. They get a half a big bowl and all that crap. And it's just like for a break or I like to play soccer or football. We call it football.
And they have those little soccer fields.
Yeah.
And D1 players from University of Oregon who get a job there after graduation, yeah.
You go to play, they would assess you, and if you didn't meet their skills, which I did not, they'd be like, "But you can play in those games, but you can't play in." I did. Seriously, fucking sucks.
High school all over again. Yeah, athletes are obnoxious like
that.
that.
They're lame. They're like, yeah.
Exactly. They put their level just so much. Like they were fast. They were stupid shape. They were like, even if I tried, I couldn't keep up with their stamina. So it's just like, I'm getting on the play next with the other guys. And I was working on that equipment. That was my job. I was working on the
guess JCC just put a link in there about the San Francisco road cycling. Christina, that's really cool though. I guess it's funny because I've been to San Francisco a couple of times, so I can appreciate where you are. The food was really good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The weather, questionable.
Oh, I changed my PTR on purpose for you because the fur coat that I'm wearing in this one, I had to purchase in San Francisco in July because it was that cold.
Yeah.
Like I went to one of the thrift shops or consignments. I visited.
And it is like deep cold here too.
James, I was super into road biking back in that era, and actually that was when I was at that software company, and some of us went.
That race was a leg breaker, man. That leg.
We watched, yeah.
Wait, did you
No,
race?
that race because it was a UCI event. I was a Category 1 amateur, but not.
What cat did they? I mean,
It was.
they
You had to be UCI pro.
race.
I was not a UCI pro.
But it was cool to have to see like pro cycling
Okay.
in San Francisco.
Yeah.
It was kind of exciting. And then we had the Tour de California. That was the thing for, I don't know if that's
Tour of California. Tour of California still goes on, I think.
It does.
Tour of Redlands Classic. There's a lot of big road races.
I went and watched it. We went out there and watched Park the kind of, you're out there flying around and you're like, shoo, 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 shoo. I'm like, okay, well, that was it. Let's all go. But this is
Crit racing is more fun to watch.
They come by, they come by multiple times. But
Right.
I was there. I was like, I only went through one city. I think like Georgia.
Georgia can be one of the first one, but then cycling's a bitch, right? So it's great. It attracts people for a little bit, but then the money isn't always there, so they loses interest. So it's hard to keep it going all the time.
Some of the rides I go on, just like recreational rides, and I just think like, holy shit! Like there needs to be like a tour that goes through these roads, because like, in the Marin Headlands and stuff on a sunny day.
Oh, Marin has a lot of good road races.
Oh, it's freaking gorgeous, and like I often think like the world should see this, and then I'm like, no, they shouldn't. No, it sucks here.
Yeah, gravel racing too. We have gravel racing is the next big thing. Gravel.
That is cute. I meant to say that.
Oh, thanks. Jeez, it's laying on my leg.
I will probably wake up early enough to get to work early enough so I can sit out in the parking lot and complete my module. Or, there's literally like, it's such a weird connection. Like I get no service. It's the patient access module stuff, like all patient information. And your EMR. So every clinic, every system is different. So of course, it's just been a long day, and I'm tired, and my pain hasn't gone away. So I am definitely going to bed. But I will be going to bed.
I love when the modules have like these scenarios where it's like, John, I think you should just take notes and not do anything. And you're like, what do we do? Just do the dumbest, safest thing. And then they're like, you're wrong. You should do this other thing. Fuck.
I mean, they're frustrating, but it's to create familiarity with the EMR system as it is, so that you can, log patients properly. That being said, I probably should have done it earlier today, but I took a nap and I've been in pain. So I'm gonna take a nap. I mean, I'm not gonna take a nap. If anybody's still awake in here in 4 hours, feel free to yell at me to wake up. But we just have to keep the room open all the time. Benjamin, are you waking up, going to bed? What are you? I saw a little unmuted. Sleeping. I don't know where Elliot is, but Hero can keep them occupied, right, Hero?
I wish you would stop trying to pronounce it correctly, but yes.
Wait, am I not pronounce? How do I pronounce it?
Just Hero.
How should I?
Just in the lightest way possible. That's all that matters.
Hero. Okay.
No, I appreciate it, but it's not. I have already culturally appropriated the name. I've already sinned on your behalf, so you don't have to try to make it right. But I appreciate the effort.
it sometimes. That's all.
That's okay. I'm not offended by it.
I think it's funner. I know. I don't think a lot of us are offended very easily here.
Funner.
Yeah, I said that on purpose. It's funner.
That I thought was awesome.
Okay. Good night, friends. Sorry, Michaela, I need to go to bed, but I hope you're having a nice day. Okay. Good evening.
JCC, do you still ride bikes these days?
No, I don't. I still want to, but my motivation has really declined drastically. It was like, seriously, 6 years ago, I was riding 2 hours a day and feeling great. Now, 2 hours a day is like a fucking drop in the bucket for what I used to do. But now I've gotten fat and complacent. Just walk a bit here and there, but I want to kick it in the ass again and get back fit because I miss being that level of fitness. It was such a great feeling.
Yeah, I don't often, but I do. I mean, occasionally I do, and every single time I get on a bike, I think this is so fun. Why don't I do this more often?
Makes you go wow.
Just the pure joy of being on a bike. It's just so fun. It's like the coolest thing you can do. And even when I'm doing boring stuff, just like road biking down the road, like it's just fun. And I've been doing a little. So one of my resolutions.
Where you got that gravel bikes, that's awesome.
Yeah, that is a cool bike. That was an acquisition last year. It was a used bike. It's cool, and but it's nice. I'm a big fan of disc brakes on a road bike, and that's kind of my previous bike was just a simple steel, but it's a nice upgrade, and I like it. I like just going for little road bikes, but I just don't do it enough. I get lazy. It seems like a big chore, and I have this tendency to do like. I haven't gone for 3 months, but I'm gonna go do a 40-mile ride this weekend, and then I come home and I'm wrecked. So what I'm really trying to do is just go for little rides. So right where I live, there's a little glorious 9.5 to like just less than 10-mile loop I can do. It's just along the water. It's pretty. People come from all over the Bay Area to do this ride. And
Traffic is minimal.
Yeah, I should just do this. I should do this 3 or 4 times a week and forget about the big rides, and that would be way better for me. So I'm trying to do that, and I've done it a couple times, but it's hard to get it into the schedule into the day. But that's my goal. More short rides.
Yeah,
rather
right
than
on.
long rides.
Yeah, my long road rides were just because I was a competitive cyclist, so I had to get in the miles, the time on the saddle to compete with all the greyhounds I raced against.
I did a cool ride. I did it about 4 times now. Kind of a Circle Bay ride where the Richmond Bridge was open for cycle all the way around the bay, go across the Richmond Bridge, go across the Bay Bridge, go through San Francisco, across the Golden Gate Bridge, back through Marin, back to my house, and that's like a 60-mile ride. And actually, you can only go across the eastern span of the Bay Bridge to get from Treasure Island to San Francisco. You have to take a ferry, but that was part of the fun. You had to get on a ferry for 5 minutes, and and I did. I love doing shit like that. It's just the entire ride is like a beautiful view of the bay, and it's just great. So I did that a few times, but there were a lot of complaints about the bike lane being up on the Richmond Bridge, so they closed it down. It's only open on the weekends because motorists. to get your, I guess, I mean, I used to train, 6 hours and work a night shift and do it all over again the next day. So it becomes like your level of fitness is, if you maintain it, it's not a big deal. When you let it go, it becomes a big problem. So yeah, my goal is I want to get rid of a lot of the bikes I have in my stable and get a gravel bike and keep my 2.9er single speed. I do feel like with biking, when I get on a bike, like I can be not on a bike for a couple months and I get back on like gosh. But once I start riding it, I feel like I can get back to my not my peak, but my kind of as much other stuff I do. Well, swimming too as well. Like I still have my stroke, right? I don't have the fitness, but I got the technique down. It's good. I like swimming. Right? My problem is I get into one thing and then that's what I do for a couple months, and then what I really need to be able to do is like go for a swim on a Monday, go for a ride on a Tuesday, and but I get kind of obsessed with so like right now I'm kind of into road biking. I haven't touched my mountain bike in a couple months. And then I'll get sick of it and I'll pull up my mountain bike and I'll do some mountain biking. And I actually haven't swum in quite a while. But when I get back into swimming, I'll do that for a while. What I really need to do is do all those things all at once. Just do like swimming once a week, and road biking once a week, and a mountain bike ride twice or whatever it is. I'm good at that. Life goes on. Not that I can afford it. Not that I can actually have time to do like 4 or 5 different things. Maybe that's part of the problem. I can really only get away from it once or twice a week, and when I do, you do too much. I gotta focus on that. Good dog.
Still walking your dog? You have for hours.
My wife's on call tonight, so I already made dinner. And I can either watch a TV show or something, or I can just go for another walk and bring the dogs in. So I'm in this great little spot where I'm sitting on the water, sitting on the dock of the bay. I'm sitting on the edge of the land, looking at the bay, and I can see. Where am I looking at? It was in San Francisco. I'm looking at Central Tower. I'm looking from the north across the bay to San Francisco. It's a beautiful night. It's dazzling out. I can see Sausalito and straight ahead and off to the left I see the city front. I can see Central Tower, and I can see the Golden Gate Bridge Tower is just looming over the hills of the that'd be a good picture.
Yeah. Like a nice car. Nice.
I love that tree. I call that my broccoli tree because it looks like a big.
Oh, yeah. And above it is the Orion, I see. Here's the Orion upside down.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, indeed. Let me see.
What's upside down?
The Orion looks a little bit. Let me see.
Oh, above the tree. Wait,
Compared to me, yeah.
in my broccoli shop?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Tora was here for just a second. I tried to get her up here.
Who?
My fellow mod squatter.
Who is that?
Cora. Cora is eminently reasonable.
Is it a human?
Cora. I got a picture of Kara. She's a good person. Kara Orange. Mexican Eagle. Oh. I got that one wrong. Squirrel. Wait, does the eagle have the squirrel? No.
Oh.
Although in these series of photos I have where I walk my Phoenix on the trails, I witnessed a red hawk dive bomb and fly out with a squirrel in its talons. But now this picture of the squirrel, he was right. I was doing something and it was like looking at me. I'm like, hey, what up, dude? He just ran away.
He ran away?
No, he let me take pictures of him. He was sitting right there in the trees. So I can just chill. Yeah, the squirrels are fuck with my dog. They come down on the ground level and they run the tree. They'll go up all the way and then they go around the tree. My dog chases around the tree. It's funny.
It is.
We have this great fence in our backyard. Come see through the windows from my living room. And just this morning, like my dogs were looking at me and there was a squirrel like, blink, 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 like on the fence, like literally right. I'm like, do you guys see that? And every time I was trying to get the dogs looking at this, and they were looking at me, and like, no, behind you. So dogs like don't really. Well, some I guess some dogs.
I know Canadian.
My dogs don't like. No, behind you, and I'm pointing, and they were like every time I pointed, they were just looking at me like, what is this squirrel? Like you would get very excited, but it didn't. We don't have a lot of squirrels around us actually. We have a lot of birds of prey. We have owls and we have
That's why I know squirrels.
stuff. So yeah, there's not a lot of squirrels actually, but there are a couple and they're discreet. That's why they're still around. But when my dogs see them, they're very excited. But
They definitely don't see them because they know they're dogs.
catch on. Yeah.
Just stay away. One guy on YouTube, he makes videos about squirrels. So he made a platform in his garden, sort of platform for birds, and with food and everything. And then he's just filming them, and he really did great things, natural things. When you see the squirrels, you go like, wow, is it animated or something? But he just catch the moment, that they do something or a certain position, and it's beautiful. But it's all.
They're really funny animals. They're super smart.
Yeah.
They can solve complex problems and stuff. Yeah, I know. I like. We had before we lived here, we lived in Perth in Easton, and it was really, really green there. Our backyard was just like lush, and it's tiny, but it was just super lush. And the previous owners of the house had like a bird feeder kind of a thing, but it was a squirrel feeder. And it was so they had it full of like sesame seeds and like that kind of. So we would buy the same stuff and fill it up. And squirrel, the resident squirrel, glorious coat. It was like shiny, and it was just like beautiful. And it just got to eat like oily seeds all day. It was the happiest thing. And it was big too, bushy tail. Like it was the healthiest looking squirrel ever, I think. And it was. I take credit for that personally. It was this wonderful cool specimen of a squirrel. I've never seen anything like it before. Shiny, shiny. And his belly was like white, you know, and it had like gray on the side and the stripes down the back. Most squirrels I see are a little raggy, like they kind of have to work for a living. But this squirrel was like, it got the full treatment. Wow. Treatment. It was great.
And good food.
No, it ate the best stuff constantly and fought the other squirrel. Kind of an asshole squirrel, like any other squirrels when you're not feeder. But you know.
You mean
The results were apparent.
And the guy has an Instagram too of this. And I don't know how it came on that. And I thought it would like show pictures, you know. But it was just him and making it beautiful. So when it's Christmas, he decorates it with like snow things, you know. And then the squirrels there, and they do things like laying on a bed. But it's maybe just 1 second, but he just got the moment, and then it looks so.